Okay, all of this just sounds like crap. Honestly, it all does sound like crap. Absolute, total crap. Any Jew, who is doing what, I wonder? Let's see.
Sure. Oh, don't slide to my death, please. Oh, no, to my death, please.
I'm being careful as I go.
Badger, I want your opinion on something. Do you like the movie UHV?
Do I like what?
The Weird Al movie UHV.
What the heck is a...
It sounds familiar.
Absolutely.
I might have seen it once, but I don't remember it much at all.
It wasn't directed by him, but he had a hand in writing it. He helped produce it, and he was also the lead actor in it.
Yeah,
It's
that
funny
makes
'cause
sense.
The movie is totally reflective of his style of comedy, like through and through. You could tell he had a hand in everything.
That
He
makes
just
sense.
probably had someone else direct it because he probably didn't trust himself to be a director.
Sounds like a Weird Al thing.
Shit.
Oi! Ow.
Maybe a dumb question, but does anybody know if there's like a clear all notifications thing you could do on Discord or no?
Yes,
have to
you
do
just
it
right
per
click.
server.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, you still do
But
right
it-
click. They're all, but yeah.
Right click, mark as red, but you have to do it per individual server.
Fuck.
All right.
Well,
I've increased my carrying capacity
Why, you in a lot
a
of
little
servers?
bit.
I just, it's annoying seeing that red little ticker mark next to everything that's the notifications bubble.
Yeah.
All right, can we fast travel here? I can't remember if we can. Yes, we can.
What is it?
Everyone fast travel to the command bunker, just so we
That-
save our time.
Which one?
The only command bunker we have unlocked. The Marcelin.
The Voslin. Okay.
Oh, Badger. This game is kind of interesting. Apparently, part of the premise of it is that it's in a alternate history version of Sweden where everyone is required mandatory guerrilla warfare tactics training.
So basically, old Sweden.
That's
Oh.
well, this is literally just 1988,
I
89.
mean,
89.
Trying to store some stuff away, I suppose.
you know, it doesn't really sound like anything new.
No. Why is P like something I have to bring up my inventory for? Either case, I did find myself a low light vision amplifier module. So
Some machine gun silencer. Now I get to take my ugly looking SMG and put a silencer on that son bitch.
don't knock the M45.
It's an ugly son bitch.
Hey,
So
it's
what
what the
about
U.S. Navy. It's what the Navy SEALs wanted to use in Vietnam. So
Hey, just because it's ugly doesn't mean it's bad. Just means it's
exactly.
ugly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I know, but he's just saying it's ugly. He's not saying
Hey.
that it's bad.
Functionality
didn't
comes
say-
before looks in terms of firearms.
Alex, you've known me for like how many years? You know I'm always style over form.
I actually prefer to go for form and then add style later. If I ever made the first generation of a firearm, it would be ergonomically ergonomically it would be wonderful. Functionality wise, it would probably be like really great for whatever the hell I built it for. But in terms of looks, it would look like I'm just selling a prototype. Because I am, effectively. But afterwards, though, with some refinements, I would actually add some style to it.
Yeah.
I do know, though, if I could make a firearm, you know what I would love to make? Combat viable Desert Eagle in Magnum calibers. So, like,
Okay,
a Desert
what-
Eagle, you could actually feasibly, reliably use in combat as a sidearm.
Okay, Score.
That's-
Which mission?
That's
What mission?
interesting.
We're gonna do
How-
another castle because apparently I just completed another quest without even knowing. So good.
However, I should point this out now. That's already it's already been used in combat service by the Polish Special Forces already.
What? Really?
Yeah, the the Polish Grom used the Desert Eagle as their sidearm.
Huh. I always
I
told
mean,
my
yeah,
people
leave
those
it to
are
the
really
Polish
shitty
people
trophies.
to do that.
Well, here's the thing: when people say it's a city choice, that's because they're thinking that they're not thinking. They're thinking more of like the mindset of common sense caliber. This is the Polish we're talking about. They want to kill Russians, and they will do it with anything.
Whatever the fuck it means. But
And
'Cause I'm
technically,
like thinking of it in terms of just it's a giant fucking caliber, but I also know I've seen people do gun breakdowns on the Desert Eagle, and the damn thing, despite it being a gas operated pistol, like legitimate gas system, not just like it's a blowback operated, which also uses gas, like no gas tubes and shit too. But thing is though, is the Desert Eagle seems to be a tough son of a bitch.
yeah, very. It's reliable in the terms of like does not break easily because it kind of has to be.
Well-
Plus, I
well,
don't
it's
want to be
also
pistol whipped
big.
by it.
And I also remember in a frozen gun test, like a dude all said, okay, the only reason why this thing fucking shot frozen is because it's such a heavy caliber, it basically woke itself up.
Wait, Scorch,
We're on
what
another
mission?
castle. Other castle.
Other castle?
Other castle, yes.
Is that the mission name?
Yes, that's the mission name that I'm on right now.
What's
Oh, here it That, it's
Yeah,
real,
no.
it's literally,
Yeah, it's literally called Other Castle, so it's like Princess Peach and another castle.
Okay, I'm making sure I get the right one. That's all.
Yes.
But you
The
got
mission
wrong
sometimes
one, and that's because you fucked up. I'm joking. I'm messing with you.
Yeah, by the
I
way,
know
if
you
you
are.
see any floating droid, if you ever see any floating robots near you, take them out because they like to attract the other ones.
I mean, I knew that. I figured every time I see those, I'm like, let me
telling,
just
I'm
kill
just
it.
telling Asher and anyone else.
Oh, you're telling Asher that. Okay.
I
he's
know
not
that.
gonna-
I killed 3 already.
I just need to find, like, what is it? Aluminum, I think, is it? To upgrade the storage stuff. So.
I need to find wood.
Those are rookie numbers. We need to pump those numbers up.
Oh, who just returned? Who is it?
Nah, I misclicked. Sorry about that, guys.
I'll do
Oof.
that way. Oh, not engaging that horde.
What horde? Let's do it.
By the way, in the
Oh.
bunker, I found a green G3.
I don't have enough bullets for that.
We do this.
Have fun, y'all. I'll see you next time.
Alrighty.
Peace.
Okay. Voice chat's on. I need to make sure I make that invite link unlimited. There we go. All right, there we go. All right. So I'm looking at that. Cool. Okay, I think I'm good stopping doing everything else I'm doing. In the meantime, I got a pizzle. No one's here yet, so I got time. Disappear. I'll be black. I gotta go pizzle. Oh, my back. All right, I pizzled. I've had some extra intake. Think I'm good. Maybe. We'll see. We will see. I'm doing so many things at once. It's quite ridiculous. But anyway, I want to get into this. All right. I don't need to be full screen. How do I make it do just the player thing? There we go. All right. Yeah, can't have it be in full screen. Otherwise, you know, you get in trouble, essentially. Any Jew. I think I'm ready. I almost did full screen again. Whoops.
The Joe.
Hands on.
Jordan Peterson.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate
No,
it.
it's my pleasure.
And thank you to Brett Weinstein, Jordan Peterson, and Elon Musk for helping connect us. They all three
We
reached
are
out.
going to see Elon on Sunday, so he's been an incredible support for us.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you want to play the. I'm totally in your hands. I'll follow your lead. But I mean, he's been helping us because Britain's in bad shape. And
Yeah, and that's why you're here. And this is what we're talking about. We're talking.
well, the rape
about-
gang we've done. This is
Report.
we've
There it is.
crowdfunded this,
Okay.
which I'm very happy to talk to you about. Which
That-
I think,
just this title of that rape gang report.
yeah,
The idea that there's actual rape gangs in the UK in 2026, and is it being ignored? Is it being downplayed? Like, how is it being received by the media and by the politicians over there?
Well, the history of it is that basically, as you probably know, Britain, after the war, decided they were going to play a part in Europe, a bigger part in Europe. Well, our elite did, the British elite. And to do that, they had to basically diminish the power of the nation state, and they had to head towards this European superstate, which is the EU, the genesis of which was obviously a monopoly.
Why did they have to diminish the power of the nation to do that?
Because
That way you can more easily enforce your will upon it.
I think Britain was a proud nation state. We with the American help, we'd won the war, and we hadn't been invaded or conquered, which most of Europe had been. So you'd had mass dislocation in Europe. Huge numbers of people had been dislocated and pushed all over Europe. And I think the socialists, I was in the European Parliament, so I spent a brief time as an MEP, a member of the European Parliament, when we finally achieved, a kind of Brexit. We can talk about that, but it wasn't a proper Brexit. So I think the genesis of the rape gangs, going back to this, was the fact that multiculturalism was the order of the day. They wanted open borders. They wanted a multicultural society. They basically felt the nation state had been the cause of world wars, effectively starting with Napoleon. Then obviously we had the Kaiser, then we had Hitler.
No, it wasn't them. He's mistaken here, unfortunately. It wasn't them, thinking that, having a nation state was what caused wars. They just used that as one of the excuses as a vehicle to carry forward the agenda of leftism. That was a lie. That was widespread and believed by many people, unfortunately.
And I think they saw it that way, the Monnets, the Spinellis, and the people who constructed the European Union. So to the rape gang report, which was your question, ultimately, the genesis of that is this multicultural invasion almost of Europe.
Can I pause you for a second? So what you think is that the multicultural invasion, the way it was set up, was on purpose, and it was on purpose to sort of diminish the idea of nationalism?
Yes, I think that well,
so this was like a long plan. So this was something that they must have had to sit down and who would be involved in this sort of a discussion where you would be willing to diminish patriotism, diminish this idea that Britain by itself is exceptional and the people are exceptional? It
was a long, deceitful plan. So I always say,
who implemented it?
The European elites in league with our elite, who effectively, if you remember, in 1975 we joined what was called the European Economic Community. It wasn't effectively anything other than an economic union, but that very quickly changed, and effectively they tried to politically integrate Europe. That failed, and then in 1997 they tried to force it through with the introduction of the euro. So having failed politically, they tried to do it financially. That was my first foray into standing as a member of parliament, to fight to save the British pound, because once you lose your currency, effectively you lose your sovereignty and your national identity. And our goal...
Well, yeah, because then whoever it is that, because they're centralizing control, that's leftism. Centralized control of the currency from the nations so that all of the countries can be controlled economically through one central, European pseudo-government.
Gold reserves were going to be shipped out to Germany, to Frankfurt, and we would have become a vassal state, part of the European Union. It would have been irreversible. But in the event, thanks to Sir James Goldsmith, we secured enough votes. We forced the establishment to promise a referendum before they surrendered to the euro. And we ended up saving the pound, which in the end resulted in the referendum in 2016, where the British people voted to take back their sovereignty, which ultimately, I think the establishment always knew that the core, the body of Britain, or body of England in particular, wanted its own accountable parliament in Westminster. It didn't want to be part of an unaccountable European socialist protectionist superstate.
So the quote-unquote elites in Britain and the elites in the United States, it's coordinated with both of them. So
I think less so in America, Joe. I can't speak for America.
No, it's just that they have a lot more resistance here. It's the same level of effort across the board. When you look at everything they're doing, they're all taking the exact same plan template and applying it everywhere at once. And they're just expanding it in reaction to whatever resistance they're meeting, whatever obstacles are in their path. But in Europe, just Europe as a whole, they have a lot more ideologically directly minded individuals in positions of power and influence in order to effectively ensure, right, that the plan is going to be successful. Here in the US, they have a lot, huge, giant amount more, different order of magnitude entirely, of resistance here because of the disparate, right, elements of, our political, stuff and all that. Like, because of how things are more decentralized here than centralized in Europe. So, like it's a lot harder for them to do stuff here than over there.
Although when you look at what the Democrats did with US aid and all the stuff that was going on under Joe Biden, you have to wonder whether they began with the World Economic Forum to play a part in this. But I think the post-war plan for Europe was founded on a socialist principle, whereas I think America
100% right. 100% right. He gets it a bit, it seems.
has always been a very sound politically based structure based on, obviously, the founding fathers and your constitution, which I always think returns power to the individual and has always understood that the dangers are statist dangers, not individual dangers. So I'm very much in the camp, I like the individual and a minimal state. And I think that's much more in your DNA than it is in the European DNA, which tends to be more statist.
Right.
This is something that consistently comes up when it comes to left versus right. How the left is purely collectivist, the right's purely individualist. The thing is that the right needs to learn some more internal collectivism, because the left does that right. The left does collectivism right for their own purposes, because when it comes to organization, the right does not do anything nearly as well as the left does when it comes to just hive mind thinking organization. Whereas on the right, before we put anything together, you have to have a dozen people with all these different, minutely different perspectives on one single thing to agree upon it at all, which is just the first level hurdle to get over. And then the rest of it is like, the rest of it is like, competition on the whole side of things. You know what I'm saying? The right needs to relearn how to have a proper community and collective of right-winger individuals to be more of a hard counter to the left. Because the left did succeed in one thing. They split up the family on all sides. So they also split up the community the right used to have that kept us, insurmountable against the left. We need to bring it back. It's going to be tough. It's going to take some generational recovery, but I mean, without that, it's constantly just disparate elements fighting the left as not exactly a united front, because everybody's all off doing their own thing. So yeah, like this consistently comes up when it comes to the right wing.
Right. So they did this on purpose, and they brought in people from what country specifically?
Well, initially you got in Britain, you got people from Africa. You got the Windrush generation, so you got a lot of Africans came, ostensibly to fill jobs that they always say the British people don't want to do, and it gathered momentum. It was relatively slow to start with, so you had an influx of people coming to the UK. You had open borders in Europe. So one of the absolute embedded rules they have is this freedom of movement concept. So they don't have effectively national borders. But we still obviously had the channel, but we embraced this and we started this immigration.
Which was a Trojan horse. It was a Trojan horse, right? Because, this is how they do it. They'll say, they'll say that, oh, we want freedom of travel in between nations, right? So, they're like, oh, well, we should just let everybody be amongst everybody and free travel is good. It's kind of like the healthcare argument, free healthcare for all. It's the same thing. It's a Trojan horse in order to affect the policies that would open borders to ensure it's easier to flood nations with people outside their borders. That's the whole point of that right there. I got to close my back door. Layla just came in. What are you doing, you little kitty? What's up, little baby? What's up, little baby? What would you? Big kitty. You big kitty. You big kitty. Oh. You big pretty baby. What's up? What's up? What's up, bud? What's up? Where's it, honey? Where's it? Where's it? Lay down. Yeah. All right. I'm black. Ah! 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 Ah, my nose is full of it. All right. I have returned. Let us continue. All right.
What happened is it gradually happened, and I think these rape gangs have been going on, or we know they have, for 30, 40, probably 50 years, to a lesser extent. But when Tony Blair got in and he undermined a lot of constitutional sort of historical law, you got an acceleration of immigration from other parts of the world, not just from Europe, but also from other countries, South Asian countries in particular, who came to the UK. And the genesis of the rape gangs really is, I think, the cultural oil and water mix of these people coming from what I call clannish societies in South Asia and coming to very high trust societies such as the one we had and the one you have here.
I really do hate just the fact that everyone leaves it up to some kind of technicality difference. They're like, oh, it's because they come from, a clan type or a tribal society. No. We have that in the United Kingdom. You don't see them doing this kind of stuff to each other. We have that kind of stuff here in the U.S. Do you see that happening wholesale like that here in the U.S. to each other? No. It's only a subset of human beings that do this, and it's a cultural and ethnical issue. Right? That's the difference. And part of someone's culture is their religion, their faith, right? Or their non-theistic faith or religion, like atheism, right? So yeah, no, it's not a difference of structure. Hell, it's not even a difference in the technical details when it comes to some kind of mechanical anything. It's culture and it's ethnical. That's how that works. You could take tribes or clans from Scotland, move them to the USA, and they'll be perfectly fine. As we saw with the World Cup. They loved it here. They wanted to become Texans. Thankfully, they went to the rest of Texas, not West Texas. That said, yeah, no, if you take a clan or a tribe from some third world anywhere and put them here, they're not going to do as well as someone who comes from Scotland and put them here, and they'll do perfectly okay. It's complete order of magnitude difference.
Which have taken thousands of years to develop. So they're high trust societies where, Lee Kuan Yew based Singapore on post-war Britain, where you had honesty boxes for newspapers in London, and you had a country that was completely at peace with itself. So it won the war, it respected peace, it respected freedom, and people were rebuilding their lives, having fought a Second World War to free Europe from sort of, in this case, Germany. Previously, we'd done it at Waterloo when we relieved Europe of the French with Napoleon. So it really accelerated after 97 when a lot of the legislation that Tony Blair and his cohorts passed, such as the Human Rights Act, which embeds within it the ECHR, he created the Supreme Court, they passed laws like the Equalities Act, and there are a raft of other legal acts they passed which effectively empowered a multicultural society, which in some ways I think damaged the interests of the British people. So,
and you think this is on purpose? And this is my point: is what is
100% on purpose, 100%, because like everything else, it was leftists who had made their ways into multiple dozen positions of power who had affected these levers to bear fruit in the future for their cause. I mean, multicultural society, we already had that. The planet is multicultural. That already exists. You don't need to make it go any further. That's not necessary. But the point is that it sounds nice. It sounds cool. It sounds collective, What
is the benefit for them to be joined up with the rest of Europe? Is it just purely financial? Is it a power-based strategy where if you can diminish the quality of life for people and institute more laws and put more restrictions on them, you can control them easier, and it's less pushback for the politicians, less pushback for the people that are in charge?
Basically, yes. I think it's the age-old battle between individualism and collectivism. So I think the EU is a collectivist construct Whereas I think Britain, as it was under our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, which, as you probably know, our Bill of Rights in 1689, a lot of that was lifted by your founding fathers who embedded it within the US Constitution. So, and that embeds freedom of speech, it embeds the individual, it embeds all of the rights that I think make the Anglo-Saxon world great.
So how did it deteriorate to the point where they're arresting 12,000 people a year for social media posts?
Joe, it's shocking. And this is why I have got involved in politics. I've been involved in politics since I fought the Maastricht Treaty and then stood, as I said, in 97. I did a lot for Business for Sterling, a lot for Vote Leave. Then I stood for the Brexit Party and I was elected there. So I've been fighting this march towards an unaccountable state, which...
The guy, what the hell is this? Oh, I'm just watching some Joe Rogan. He had Rupert Lowe on, if you can tell. That's what this is. Why? What's up? Were you trying to find something different? That's all this is, essentially. And then sometimes people will pop in and then, you know, they'll say something in chat and engage on me with it. That's basically the point. I clicked on a video, thought it was Joe Rogan. Oh no, that's just a publicly available, like, the thumbnail. Yeah, no. So the thumbnail is a publicly available picture that you could just get off the internet. And so I just used that. It's basically, because it basically encapsulates everything. But yeah. All good, man, do your thing. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks. Hope you're having a good time too.
Effectively rewards collectivism and punishes in...
No, I'm not as cool as Joe Rogan. Plus, I don't think I'd want to be that kind of famous, like the stuff he's got to deal with.
Individualism, to the extent that now I find myself at the age of 68 as an MP running a party called Restore Britain to try and reverse this tide, to re-empower the individual, to return to our original constitution, and to protect the interests, above all else, of the British people, to whom I think government should be accountable.
Do they still...
You know what? It sounds exactly like what we're trying to do over here. It's funny how closely our fates seem to be linked. The guy, I'd be happy with Joe Rogan money. Look, as an older guy to a most likely younger guy, I'll tell you this much. I've been a millionaire. Didn't last very long. Lost it all in divorce. You know, they gave her all the money and me all the debt. But yeah, the thing is that your happiness, you can quantify it. You know, like itemize the things you think would make you happy in life, and then just add up the costs, and that's how much it would cost for you to reach where you think you would be happy. Now, me, I'm just a simple dude, okay? I'm worse than Joe Rogan in this regard. I'm an actual thumb with arms and legs. He's a rich thumb with arms and legs. So, there's a difference there with us. But yeah, no, I'm a simple guy personally. As long as I can, you know, afford to, you know, give my son good times, raise him, and, you know, have some happy memories in between, I'm okay. Don't need much for that. Would it be nice to have extra? Yeah. In fact, I'm working on trying to get extra, if I can. We'll see if it works out. But yeah. But I don't exactly need extra. The guy. All I need is a decent houseboat and I'm good. Oh my lord, the maintenance for a houseboat.
Still have that kind of unchecked immigration? Is it currently ongoing?
We still have illegal migrants arriving by boat. They can't be under the current laws and treaties that we're part of. They're not being deported.
So stop the boats. Oh wait, you can't stop the boats because your boats are broken. Okay, well, well, I mean, I'm sure you guys got some like old shore batteries you could put back out there. just put some artillery personnel on the shoreline. Just post them there. Give them like little like trailers and everything. You know what I'm saying? Set up tiny little bases on your coast. And then just put old school like anti-ship artillery there. And there you go. You can stop the boats now. I mean, since their boats are broken, I'm just saying, like, if you want to stop the boats, that's one solution. I'm sure they got some old school, like, you know, or no, wait, they probably have some spares, like howitzers or triple howitzers or something. Just time the fuses right. You'll be good. You could probably get a whole boat with one shot too. I'm just saying. You want to stop the boats, that's one thing to try.
The judges, thanks to the creation of the Supreme Court, they are now a quango, a woke quango. I think a lot.
I love how quango is now in the popular vernacular, and it is amazing to witness. I hate quangos too, my dear Sir Rupert Lowe.
Of our judiciary is corrupt. So the answer to your question is we still have illegal migration. And we have people living in Britain illegally. We have a lot of foreign prisoners in our prisons, and we have people who've come in under various waves of immigration. One of which, the biggest of which, was probably under Boris Johnson, who was actually a Conservative Prime Minister, who allowed thousands, hundreds of thousands of people to come into Britain.
No, he wasn't conservative. He was cuck-servative. That's what he was. That just like it said on the internet, cuck-servative, not a conservative, right? A cuck-servative. Yeah, a real conservative would have been like, get them all out now.
And basically, they are now a burden to the British taxpayer. So the answer to your question is they're arriving illegally still. They're living here illegally or living in Britain illegally still. We've got foreign criminals in our prisons, and we've
PFC, aim high, vote low, and millions will go. You damn Skippy, son. If I could trans myself into a Brit right now, I'd go vote for Restore. I'd go vote Restore and go in the marches. You know what I'm saying? I'd have that flag on one half of my body and the other flag on one half of my body, you know? With a face paint where half the flags are on either side. That's what I'd do. I'd be marching down that street. But yeah, salute to you for keeping up the fight. Good old chap. But yeah, vote low. Definitely. Vote low. Vote low. And millions will go. I agree 100,000%. Or wait, you guys still use pounds. So 100,000 pounds.
Still got the legacy of this huge amount of immigration which took place.
And are a large percentage of these people receiving welfare from
Yes.
the British government?
Yes.
What percentage?
Well, most of the people who arrive, they're all supported, Joe. I mean, they're put in
So
hotels.
immediately, as soon as you get there,
In Parliament, I see the contracts, thanks to my parliamentary questions.
Freaking A. Those inquiries are hardcore. The UK is screwed. They should just give up. Trump has re-engaged the war with Iran hardcore. We're about to see a huge rise in gas and food prices. Will we follow soon after? I don't want the UK to come up to give up. Not just because of my kinship with them, right? But I don't want there to be any Islamic countries with a nuclear weapon. And if the UK becomes the newest caliphate in Europe, then it's going to be an Islamic country with a nuclear weapon. And then we're going to have to do Iran Part 2, right? UK Boogaloo. Because then we'll have to go in, rescue the British military, guaranteed they won't fight us. They'll be like, come get us, please. Bring us with you, right? And then we're going to have to scoop up all their nuclear stuff. So, like, I don't want to know. I don't want them to give up. Keep fighting. But anyway, all jokes aside. Yeah, I hope we stomp Iran into the ground. Because the Kurds are moving in right now. So, that's one thing. Although the Kurds are not as nice as everybody thinks they are. I'm just going to leave it there. Okay? But yeah, and then the Iranian people are actually starting to have a resistance form. And some of the guns that we help facilitate are reaching them. It's a trickle, though. It's not many and it's not a lot. But yeah, that's happening too. And then since we've become the newest global exporter of oil on planet Earth, that means that the monopoly for OPEC is gone. Venezuela's producing now. Soon Cuba is going to be completely just dead. And now China's coming to us for oil. Even Russia has been trying to see if they can make a deal for oil from us. And Europe is like trying to do the same thing. So that means that the Strait of Hormuz importance when it comes to global economy is going to plummet. And that means that it'll be a lot safer when it comes to the global economy, because that region, whenever anything happens, everything gets worse for everybody. But since people now have a greater option and a safer one, because there isn't freaking pirates in our waters, thank you, then yeah, I mean, see how good that is for us? And the world, though. But yeah, look, I'm okay paying a few extra. If it means we're killing some terrorists and doing something good, morally and ethically good. That is what killing terrorists is. The guy, there is no British military. Well, I mean, what's left of it, What's left of it, at least. That guy, there's a lot more than oil coming from the strait. Well, yeah, I know. But it means with the oil, because look, if you control energy, you control the world's economy. Because the world's economy runs off of energy. Right? So that's how that whole thing, and everything else is connected to that. Everything else starts there. So, yeah. But yeah, there's a lot coming from the strait too, besides that. But that is the main major majority thing coming out of there. Mezzo Ateco, cocaine. I don't know, maybe some other time.
So I'm allowed to ask questions and scrutinise the contracts for instance, the Bibby Stockholm was a boat which cost the British taxpayer £1.5 billion. It's actually now lying redundant and not being used. But I've seen the contracts for these illegal migrants in terms of the laundry services they get, in terms of the taxi services they get, in terms of the food they require. I mean, literally, it is like it's like staying in a very comfortable hotel. And we've now got these people being settled all across our country.
Wait, sulfur and helium. Sulfur and helium, Strait of Hormuz. Wait a minute. Okay, here's what we got, right? Although this is like half. So take it with a grain of salt, honestly. But here, look, this is here we go. Closure of the strait triggers supply shocks for sulfur and helium, largely produced in the Persian Gulf. Sulfur trade is disrupted because roughly 45 to 50% of global seaborne sulfur exports transit the strait. Okay. Its scarcity spiked prices and halted sulfuric acid production, impacting fertilizer manufacturing and mining operations for metals like nickel and copper. Yeah, acid's kind of important for that. Helium supply is threatened as Qatar supplies approximately 30 to 40% of the world's helium, a byproduct of natural gas. Well, here's the thing, is that if anyone, pretty much everybody that does the natural gas stuff is able to do the same thing with helium. I'm just saying, those are kind of parallel to each other. So this is kind of a no, it's really negligible when it comes to this, especially since they're always caught fluffing the numbers. So, I mean, 30 to 40, more like 20 to 30, maybe. But yeah, and it's essential for semiconductor fabrication and MRI machine stuff, which other places, you know, if this gets critical, then other places will pick up the slack. I'm trying to see how this would. Sulfur impact blockade caused sulfur prices to double. China banned sulfuric acid export, so they just use their own, which, again, not really seeing. All right. And it disrupts copper production in Chile and nickel refining in Indonesia. Okay, but yeah, again, all of this is stuff that's going to be now starting to be sourced from us as well. So I'm not really seeing how that's a big, I mean, sure, it's going to be big short term and for now, but at the same time, right, that this is already moving away. So, I mean, short term, it could be painful. That's right. It doesn't take a day to build refineries, and although all of that's just infrastructure that's being basically like, reinvigorated for certain places. But yeah, so I mean, short term there could be some issues, but long term it's not going to be a problem, and if anything, it'll be better than it was before. Because if there's more people that are able to do all these things, and more regions that this all can be sourced from, then collectively the price of everything is going to go down. So I mean, short term it could be an issue. NASA owns most of the world's production of helium. That's right. I forgot about that. The guy, higher rises in food prices, the refineries can't be built overnight. This will cause years of high prices. Maybe not years from some of the stuff I've been hearing. Because a lot of the infrastructure for the stuff we're speaking about, it already exists because it was happening before. All they're going to do is just reopen those spots, and then it's just upgrades and, repair, essentially, renovation. So it's not going to be that long in total, maybe a year or two. But yeah, that said, we already have a lot of infrastructure for this. That's why I'm not too terribly worried about it. Now, if it was something we'd never ever had before and never done before, totally different issue. Then it'd be scary because it's like, oh damn, it'll take like a couple of years to build, then a couple of years to like start things going. Oh,
How many?
In hotels. Well, I don't think the government knows, Joe. To answer your question, I don't think they know how many people are living in Britain illegally.
it's not that they don't know. They ensured that they could not keep track in case anything derailed them. Then they had plausible deniability, and then they had the ability to just say, well, we actually don't know, so that, less blame is on them, right? But, of course, nobody believes them anymore, and now we've got Rupert Lowe here exposing them too. So it's like, they're just not going to shake this. The leftists is what I'm talking about.
Was it the similar situation that America had over the last 4 years, where on the low number they think it was 10 million people came in, which is insane.
Well, I mean, I had that one contract, under the Biden administration where we escorted, freaking trucks that were being driven by Border Patrol, right? And look, later on we discovered that in the back of those trucks, right, these are dry vans and Connexes. And guess what they were full of? People that the Biden administration had paid cash for per head, and there was like 700 of them, stuffed into containers like sardines, getting shipped all over the country. I mean,
It's an insane amount of people to come in 4 years.
We think
if I'd have known at the time what we were doing, oh, brother, the shitstorm that would have happened.
there's enough work to do initially to detain and deport people who are arriving illegally. I mean, to my mind, illegal means illegal,
Right.
so it's fairly straightforward. To the people who are arriving illegally, people living here illegally, the foreign criminals, there's plenty of work to do to remove them from Britain. And then I think we need to turn our attention, and that's in our mass deportation document. I've given you a copy of that, which effectively sets out the constitutional reasons why we have a problem, how we correct those constitutional issues, and how we then practically detain and deport the people who aren't supposed to be here. And once we've done that, we'll then turn our attention to people who are living in Britain, to your point, who are on welfare, who are going to cost the taxpayer a fortune for the rest of their lives probably, who aren't working, who are culturally different to us, who have a different view of their religion to the Christian religion, and are increasingly living in small groups of people who haven't integrated, who are living under Sharia law and who have their own courts.
Call them what they are. They are foreign enclaves on British soil. It's kind of like here in El Paso, right? I live in El Paso, Texas, and like a third of the city is illegal immigrants. That's not even a joke. Even though we have a heavy military and a heavy federal agency presence nearby, including Border Patrol, major station here, it's remained so. And in Juarez, they call El Paso Nice Juarez, right? They consider them one and the same city. And not to mention, on top of that, another third of the city is basically like green card holders and, work visas and all that kind of stuff. And then the rest of the city is like kind of American, sort of, because it's a lot of like naturalized people or people that got like, amnesty, waves and shit like that. So, yeah, I mean, and then the rest of it's criminals. So, I mean, but the thing is that here you don't see the American flag except federally, on federal land. Everywhere else, they're flying Mexican flags, they're flying Nicaraguan flags, they're flying, South American flags of all sorts. That's the kind of stuff they're doing. No, woman, I fixed the air conditioning. What do you want, woman? The ex is texting me stuff. Any Jew. Yeah, where was I? I forgot where because I had to do something. But any Jew, let's continue.
And who
They have their own court.
They have their own court, Sharia courts. Yes.
Oh yeah. So El Paso, Texas is basically just a city-sized foreign enclave on American soil. It's basically what it is.
A parallel legal system.
Okay, so it's an unrecognized by the British government parallel legal system that exists inside of England.
It's tolerated.
Tolerated.
It's tolerated.
So they're aware of it.
Yes.
And they're aware of the punishments that this court dishes out?
It's rather like they're policing their own people under their own laws.
And they're just allowing that?
They're allowing that, yeah.
Whoa.
Now I believe, I don't know about you, but I believe if you come to our country, you should live under our laws.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, the idea of the United States in particular is a melting pot. And, people come from all over the place, and it's one of the cool things that there's all these different cultures. But there's certain cultures that if you allow them to come into your community and then they institute the laws of the country where they came from, you're going to have a real problem. Like, they don't live the way you live. They don't have the same respect for women that you have. They don't treat them the same way. They don't
treat them the same way. I do love how politically correct is just ingrained into Joe Rogan. I understand it though, right? Because he and I were not too far apart when it came to upbringing. And both of us were leftists. But yeah, no, it's not very surprising that Joe is just tiptoeing around everything. Like, they don't treat women. No. You don't say they treat, because to treat, right, at all, implies there's some kind of good in that treatment. So instead, what you say is exactly what they do. They mutilate them, beat the daylights out of them. They murder them when they get displeased with them. They stone them to death. They whip them. They beat them. They absolutely are evil to women. That simplified basically encapsulates it.
allow dogs. Like, there's a lot of
That's right.
stuff that a lot of people might not even be aware that come with that problem. It's like the idea is supposed to be that Western society is inclusive and progressive because we're intelligent and educated and we care. But you can care so much that you let in criminals and then you give those criminals all your money, and then the criminals can take over your country slowly but surely. So, and this is no one thinks that's a possible thing. No, people look at the Colosseum, you look at ancient Greece, and they think, wow, I wonder what happened to those guys. What do you think happened? Probably the same shit that's happening right now to England, the same shit that could have happened to America. Civilizations fall apart for various reasons. And one great way to get them to fall apart is to bring in a bunch of people, and they don't have to follow your laws, and they bring the laws of, wherever they're from, whatever fundamentalist religion country they're from, where they have a bunch of crazy laws that are kind of archaic.
Well, this is Sharia law, Islamic law, as you probably know. I mean, again, to your point, I think the best example I can give people of what happens if you do that is when Lebanon got its independence in 1948. They were a Christian country, and they were a very confident country. They were they had the best universities. They had a very open society. I never went to Beirut. I don't know if you went to Beirut, but Beirut in the 60s was meant to be the best place on earth to be. Great wine, freedom, very enlightened. It was lots of people were there. The minute that the Muslim population went over about 15%, you started to get a problem with a civil war. You've got the Druze and Maronite Christians in a civil war with the Muslims, and now Lebanon is a Muslim country, and Hezbollah, backed by Iran, is effectively running the show. So to your point, I couldn't agree more. And the rape gang report, which we've written, was crowdfunded by 20,000 concerned English people who we raised. Not a huge amount of money. We raised about £600,000 in varying quantities people gave. And we did it because the government will not have a statutory inquiry. So our government, and particularly the Labour Party, have been presiding over this because it goes to the Muslim bloc vote. So we have in the UK a system of postal voting. And in a lot of the inner cities and the places where these Islamic populations live, they are or have historically voted Labour. That's beginning to change. They're beginning to vote for Muslim independence now. And I sit.
So it's basically, it is the exact same problem. It's the exact same issue. But I keep on hearing people say, oh, well, leftists over in Europe are different than leftists over in the USA. Not according to this. And there's just this mountain of evidence that that's just entirely not true. There is a global left, and they do all think the same, and they do all have the same agenda. Whereas you can't actually say there's a global right because the right is too disparate and independent. So there's this amorphous mass of the right, and then there's a solid curtain on the left of metal. So it's like, oh, Jesus. But yeah, no, it sounds like the exact same thing on every level, just a different scale.
It was some of them at the back of Parliament. So effectively, this inquiry we set out with a completely unbiased view of what we would find. And we did it because we were pushing the government to have a statutory inquiry. And a lot of the reason I got involved in it was I think it was Elon Musk who triggered. He talked about it because a lot of people in the UK, I don't think, know the extent to which this has been happening and the length of time it's been happening for.
This episode is brought to you by OnX Off-Road. Ever wonder how to reach these epic mountain lakes? You'll find OnX gives you shows land over get off. I just don't know what X Maps is a film / Joe Rogan. Why is that? What is that? A failure of your media? Is it a failure of the politicians? Why don't people know about
well,
this?
It's a total failure of the media because the media are supposed to be an independent body that holds to account failures of the state, and it's basically because this block vote through the postal voting system, which needs to be changed, is effectively or has been keeping the Labour Party in power. So they've put power ahead of principle. And in the report we cover this. We've covered the reasons why it's so serious.
Well, they're leftists. Their topmost principle is power. Basically it, right there under evil.
And to your point, we even cover, as you quite rightly say, the fact that dogs are not liked by the Islamic faith, largely because Muhammad liked cats, he didn't like dogs. And we what we wanted to do was interview victims, which we did. We did it properly. It took us over a year. We had a rape gang victim, Sammy Woodhouse, who led it. She's got a child by her rapist. And we.
Now that's a strong woman. God bless her for not getting an abortion. Now that's a strong woman. Anybody can say whatever else they think about that, honestly. Would not sway my mind. God bless her. She's gonna raise that kid to be better. Bub, look, if you believe, okay, say a prayer for her and the child. But if you don't, wish her good luck. But that's a strong freaking woman.
We had a team of people, and we literally produced the witness bundles, and we listened to the witnesses, and then we had a 2-week hearing in London where people gave evidence, and we had a proper barrister who effectively presided over it and then helped us write the report. So effectively Graham Smith, the barrister, did a fantastic job. And we didn't start out with any preconceived ideas. It started because we read some court transcripts of some of the people who've been found guilty of this, which the government, by the way, has tried to keep quiet. Some of the historical court transcripts disappear. So we've been calling for these transcripts to be kept now. We've actually tried to make a noise about that. And the more we read this and the more we carried on with the rape gang inquiry, the more it became clear to us that obviously there's a link between this power and the abuse and grooming and if you like, damage that was done to white working class English girls. And it does go, and in the report we've looked at the reasons why, to your point, there is a cultural difference of opinion between an open, high trust Christian view of women particularly and the Islamic view of women, which is all in the report. So for instance, as you probably know, if a woman accuses somebody of rape, and a lot of these Muslims come from Pakistan, Joe. They're predominantly Pakistan, and they're predominantly from one part of Pakistan called Mirpur. There are some from Bangladesh, there are some from Somalia, there are some from Eritrea. There are other Muslim countries that perpetrate some of this. And of course there are white people who perpetrate rape as well, but nothing on the scale of this. This
per capita has got to be the chud word like phrase of the year. I think that's the one. Per capita. It just one-shots leftism's like numbers every single time. But what about per capita? But what about per capita? But what about per capita?
This is quite horrific. And our report has effectively uncovered this. I think we've played a part with this report in the government saying that they're going to have now a statutory inquiry, because we didn't have any statutory powers to be able to force people to appear at our hearing. They all appeared voluntarily. The government can actually force people legally to appear. They can actually make it a legal requirement that people attend. We couldn't do that. But there had been reports in the past. There was the Jay report in 2014, and there's been the Casey report, all of which confirmed that this was happening. and the state still continued to try and pretend it was just happening in a small number of siloed areas where you obviously had a high Islamic population. The state has equally failed to collect data on the crimes that are perpetrated, so the ethnicity of the people who are perpetrating the crimes, and from there you can extrapolate, once you've got the data, as to whether or not you've got an extraordinary problem in one particular section of society. And again, using my parliamentary questions, I've been forcing as much disclosure as I can get, and this is how we've discovered that a lot of the data that should be being collected by the police particularly, by the National Health Service, by social services, a lot of the data has not been properly collected, possibly because the state does, I think, know that this is happening, but they don't want to admit that their multicultural experiment, which, as you probably know, famously Enoch Powell warned would fail with his speech, the Rivers of Blood speech.
And it was such a great lie, wasn't it? Come on, you got to admit, the lie, which was the leftist international, economy, essentially. You got to admit, it was such a beautiful lie. Oh, shoot. They got so deep with this that they were to make it to where they don't instantly, evil mob you out of your home. Like, the instant they heard about it. They ensured that there would be no, torches and pitchforks mobs showing up at their door at midnight. The sheer impossible scale of what they have done is still being discovered now. It's insane how crazy good of a job they've done.
For which he was heavily criticised. So I think they do know, but they don't want to admit it. They don't want to be called racist.
Not to mention, they've contrived it to where they can lie straight to everybody's face and make up their own statistics, because not only do they ideologically own the institutions that produce the numbers they use, but they're ideologically aligned with them in all parts of institutions everywhere. So a news reporter that's a comrade of a guy that works in the institutes can confidently report, well, our source of data and statistics says this is actually how it is. And oh, you better not question the science now. Are you anti-science? Are you anti-math? Jesus. They've really screwed us up. Big time.
They don't want to, and this has permeated the whole of British society since Tony Blair. People are frightened to be accused of effectively being biased and white. And we're taught about things, I don't know whether you have it here, unconscious bias and all of the other sort of what I call woke DEI-driven rubbish, which has permeated Britain in the same way. I think it may have originally come from you guys, but it's certainly had a huge effect on us.
I think it had a great grip on us for a few years, and it's lessened its hold.
Well, thanks to the Donald. Yeah.
Yeah, that helped a lot. And I think a big part of it was Elon buying Twitter.
Yeah.
Where you got legit.
Thank God Elon bought Twitter. Thank God Elon bought Twitter. I don't think we'd be where we are right now on the other side of something much worse if it wasn't for Elon buying Twitter.
Legitimate free speech, and which is, again, back to this 12,000 people getting arrested each year for social media posts recently. Like, that is, how is that tolerated? I just don't understand how people aren't I was about to say up in arms, but that's also part of the problem, is that no one's armed over there.
Well, I have actually got some guns, Joe, because I have a farm. So when you come to the UK, I hope you'll come and shoot some pheasants with me.
Oh.
But
if you don't have a farm.
Well, if you don't have a farm, you'll find it very difficult to get a gun of any kind. And even if you have a farm. So Reform tried to politically assassinate me in 25, early 25, and made false accusations about me threatening to hit one of the Zia Yusuf in a meeting, and somebody was saying I went around Parliament saying I was a very good shot and I was going to shoot Zia Yusuf. I mean, as if you believe that, I've got a completely clean record. I employ lots of people. I have lots of businesses, and I've never had an issue. But listen, 4 armed police turned up, took all my guns away. I mean, and I'm a member of Parliament. I said to them, guys, you could have just called me up and we could have talked about it. But no, they turned up
just from an accusation.
9:30 at night.
Leftists hate cops until they are the cops, and then they swat everybody they hate. I mean, this seems like a constant thing. It does not seem to stop. I've been swatted too, by the way. Except I got swatted by members of Team YouTube. They sent false reports to the FBI that necessitated a SWAT response. All because a member of Team YouTube that was on their mod team, or probably their whole mod team, I don't know, didn't like a video I made about the Biden administration and what they were doing human trafficking.
Left at 11:45. We got them on the cameras. Took all my guns, all my ammo, and it took me 5 or 6 months to get them all back. But look, so they don't want the public to have guns, and they are doing their very best to damage the shooters who perfectly legitimately like to go and shoot clay pigeons, who like to go and shoot game, who like to go and hunt. Effectively, they're trying to make that very difficult through the licensing laws for guns. As you probably know, they banned handguns.
The 90s, right?
In the late 90s, because there was a murder up in Dunblane.
One murder.
So everybody, my father used to shoot pistols for Oxford University, and he's dead now, bless him, but he had, all his pistols were taken away. The pistols he used to shoot with at Oxford University. I mean, we now have a society which needs radical change, and we need to release the individual. And to your point on social media posts, there was a lovely lady, Lucy Conley, who was locked up for 32 months for just a very emotional social media post, which she deleted after 4 hours, about the Southport killings, where this chap, Axel Rudakabana, went and knifed 3 young girls and killed them, despite the fact that the British state, through Prevent, was aware of this. And we've had a similar case recently with Henry Novak, where, again, it was actually, I think on this occasion, a Sikh.
Rest in peace, Henry Novak. Rest in peace.
Stabbed him, and the police, despite the fact when they arrived at the scene, he told them he'd been stabbed. The police didn't believe him, and they tried to handcuff him. And as
I think that's going to be one of those that lives forever. Because now all I see on like X or Twitter when I check on like the UK and stuff is like, official reports of like a mosque getting lit on fire or some, illegal migrant home, getting Molotoved or something. And then they're like, oh no, we've got another, suspected hate crime against migrants. And everybody reposting it saying, nah, don't think you have, mate. The left just loves creating monsters, on our side of things. They just love doing it, don't they?
a result of that, it's arguable that they opened up the wound, the stab wound, and he drowned in his own blood. Meanwhile, his murderer was never handcuffed. So this is where the British state's gone completely wrong. So instead of one law for everybody and one policing for everybody, this sort of view that the white population is racist, which I don't personally believe them to be, I think Britain is a very tolerant country.
Do you think that this perspective that society sort of adopted in the UK about white people being bad, do you think this was there was architecture to it? This was by design that this was done, or is this just a natural response to people being called racist? Because of course in the past there was more racism than there is today, and people always want to point to that racism as, you know, evidence of colonialism, evidence of whatever it is that happened in days past. But why in England do you think that narrative took hold so well?
Because I think, Joe, to your point, that this post-war plan for multiculturalism, I think they realized that
it was by design.
They've got a problem.
So part of it was probably infiltrating the universities and promoting these kind of ideas.
It's almost as if with the World Economic Forum, there's this view that the Anglo-Saxon nations have commanded and dominated too much of the world's resources, and there's almost like this misguided altruistic view that we should become more concerned with global welfare rather than the welfare of our own citizens, which I totally disagree with.
No, the point is to use global welfare in order to affect power and control. It's not for anyone's benefit or good. I mean, the saying, you know, give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach a man to fish, he eats for a lifetime. Those have been around forever. It's pretty basic common sense that you don't just hand somebody something. Okay? It's pretty common. I think that's still alive. I'm pretty sure it is. But yeah, that said, no, that's just another lever to affect power and control. It's not for anyone's conducive good.
Well, there's also
it's not so much a disagreement as an antithetical opposition.
You will own nothing and you will be happy.
This is your Klaus Schwab,
which is
palpable
hilarious.
Nonsense.
Someone would even say that out loud.
I know.
You will own nothing and you will be happy. Like, is this a part of an Orwell book? Because this doesn't seem like a real person would say something like that. Because who the fuck is going to listen to that? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, George Orwell's been rather accurate in some of his
dead on. He was
predictions.
actually pretty optimistic. Like his version of the world was, a little bit more palatable than what we're dealing with right now.
Interesting man, old Etonian, fought in the Spanish Civil War. I mean, he was a very quirky Englishman who clearly had a hugely prescient foresight, and I think probably certainly like me, he had a healthy disrespect for what I call collectivist statism, yes. And he was a very much an individual and a believer in the individual.
It's really interesting because when I first read that book was in high school, and I kept thinking like, what a crazy, this had never happened. This is not even possible, but what a crazy world this guy's created in his imagination of things going completely haywire. And then you realize as time goes on, oh, that's totally possible. It's totally possible that things can get that ridiculous. I mean, when you're dealing with, biologically male athletes that compete against women because they identify as a woman and use women's locker rooms, all the craziness that we deal with today, the open border situation, no one's illegal on stolen land. Hey, fuck off. Like, what are we doing? Like, what is this?
Well, it's almost as if we're subverting all the things that made us great.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with immigration, but it's probably a good idea to make sure someone's not a fucking murderer before you let him in. Like the idea that there should be no border at all is like, if the world was perfect, that sounds wonderful. If the world was perfect, everybody paid their taxes and everybody followed the laws, why have borders? Clearly, it's not perfect. Go to Pakistan. Go to Karachi. Go hang out. Go down the street as a woman in a miniskirt and see how that works out. Go to some places
again,
in the
Joe,
world.
this is you're quite right. This is, I mean, Pakistan is I think the
a wild place.
example of a rogue state, basically, and I think their view of.
Honestly, I was hoping that back when India and Pakistan were having their little war, that they would kind of crunch each other into pieces. I'm not a big fan of either one of them, although, I would love to see, India take China down a couple of pegs. Although I don't think they could probably do it. Unfortunately, India is just like a I guess you could say like a bathtub plug. I guess you could say over there when it comes to China and Russia and stuff. But yeah, I was hoping that when they were having their India-Pakistan war, they just kind of crunch each other down a bit. One can only hope.
As you say, women who dress in ways other than the ways of Sharia, i.e. totally covered.
Yes.
And again, it's all in various of the hadiths, which we quote in the Rape Gang report. They are considered to be meat. And this is something I've never understood. How do you square this circle of this sort of clannish, backward-looking culture which comes to a highly open, high-trust society?
I don't know. I mean, the clans of Scotland were pretty tame in comparison, so I don't think it's a clan thing. I think it's a savagery type thing. And Islam is savagery turned into religion. Essentially it. I get that they're being very posh about it all, but it's just annoying. It's a bit annoying. It's annoying when people don't just directly say things. I know it's kind of, but I like it when people are straightforward. I like it when they're direct. I like it when they're blunt and they pull no punches. Because, look, I get it. They're trying to give less excuses for this to be taken down, but still, it's annoying as all hell.
And then embeds itself within that society and undermines everything that we've achieved over 1,000 years.
And acknowledging that is somehow or another racist. Acknowledging that some cultures are superior is somehow or another racist. But just understanding human rights, understanding the rights of individuals to be free, to not be subjected to other people's archaic laws. And this is, look, a lot of cultures in this world live as people lived thousands of years ago. No one in the United States wants to live as people lived thousands of years ago. No one. And this is not a racist thing. Like, you should be able to come over here and practice whatever religion you want. But if your religion has rules that violate the laws that we've all agree are just and fair, then you're not integrating. And if you take over a whole town, and now that town is subject to these archaic laws, we've got a problem. And
it needs to go further than that. It needs to go further than that. Way further. Because someone can just pay lip service to a law and just break it in secret until they get caught. But then what? Things have already happened, right? You know how you prevent this entirely and completely? You ban the culture outright. And the culture is Islam. So ban Islam. Everyone that is of Islam will then have to leave. Simple as. And then they just don't come back. There we go. Perfect.
and if you let that problem get bigger and bigger, they take over the country, and that's an actual possibility for certain countries. And we have to recognize that civilization is not as sturdy as we like to think it is. It's kind of flimsy in a lot of ways. A few bad things can happen, and things can go sideways quite quickly.
Well, I think liberty is very fragile, isn't it? Ultimately, if you don't protect liberty, you lose it.
Right.
It was Margaret Thatcher who was very strong on this.
And you have to have laws.
You have to have laws,
liberty.
but what you also have to have is everyone should be equal under the law.
Yes.
And to your point, I couldn't agree more. I mean, Britain used to be a very tolerant society. So, for instance, Europe was very anti-Semitic. Britain was never anti-Semitic. We used to welcome a lot of Jews and Protestants from Europe who were being persecuted, particularly in France with the Protestants. So we were a very tolerant society, but the people who came integrated and they contributed. And that is the essence, I think, of sensible immigration. So,
Well, yeah, because they're part of a mostly homogenous shared culture through shared, ideas, shared region, geography, and all of those things. You're culturally, ethnically, and societally, religiously compatible. So assimilation's easy. You can't civilize a savage, though.
it should be limited, targeted, and it should be only people who accept your religion and your culture and your laws.
But what do you do, though, if someone comes over here and then they're not violating laws? They're not violating any laws. They achieve citizenship, but then they start bringing over more and more people and then start instituting Sharia law. What do you do? Do you deport them all? Like, how do you...
Yes. Yes. Brick by brick. Hey ho, they all gotta go. Millions, millions, millions must go. We're not doing enough, though. That's what it seems like. We're not doing enough.
Like this idea of having all these people, recognizing how many people got in illegally, deporting them, mass deportations, deporting criminals. It all sounds great until you talk about actually implementing it. Like, how do you do that? How are you doing that? Are you going to knock on people's doors and pull them out of their homes and ship them back to where they came from? Like, how do you do that?
I think the first thing you do is you stop them coming across.
Okay, well,
the
how
channel.
many?
They shouldn't be coming anywhere
what's
under
the
international
estimate?
law because they're traveling across safe countries, so they shouldn't be coming.
What's the estimate of the amount of illegal immigration that you have in Britain?
It's almost impossible to say how many people are living there illegally or living with us illegally. But in our paper, I mean, we think it's sort of 1.8 to 2 million people probably. That's our estimate. But people arriving, we know how many are arriving. There's a lot arriving every day, particularly when the sea is calm.
How many arrive every day?
They're coming. Well, it can vary. I mean, you can get 1,000 in a day. You can get if the sea's rough, you get none because obviously they suffer if they try and cross in little overcrowded dinghies that they can't get across. But we're paying the French over £500 million a year to try and stop it. That I think is not happening, and as a result.
I mean, there's still boats coming over, right? So, I mean, and the French are directly across that channel, right? So, it would just make sense. They're probably not doing anything they're paid to be doing about it, right? It's just, oh gosh. So many of these issues are so simple to solve, but the people that are in positions to solve it, more often than not, are either really horrible, evil people or just purely incompetent.
Of that, our border.
How do we still have a cohesive, coherent West at all? Is amazing.
Patrol picks them up, gives them bottles of water, brings them in, and settles them in hotels and pays them welfare. They become, and then they apply for residency, and they say they're asylum seekers. I argue most of them are economic migrants. But our woke culture is not protecting the interests of the British people.
And it's also a massive incentive. If you live in a terribly poor country and you can just get to England and then instantaneously you will get money and housing.
That's right.
Why would you not do that?
Well, not only that, you go to the top of the waiting list for dental treatment, which British people don't get. The NHS,
What?
you go to the top of the waiting list.
Wait a minute. They get access to dental treatment that the British people don't get?
Correct.
Why? Why do immigrants get access to it?
Well, this, Joe, is the mystery of what our leaders, I don't know what they think they're doing, but they have this misguided view that these people...
They're buying votes. Hey, look at all this stuff I'm giving you for free. You get to live in this nice, beautiful place for free. You get all this food and room service for free. You're getting treated like kings for free. You're getting some local meat for free. Now keep voting for us. That's what's happening. That's the whole point. Power and control.
People are actually, they call them asylum seekers. They say they need to be looked after and protected. They're not. They're economic migrants. And to your point, if they know there's welfare when they reach Britain, they'll travel across multiple safe countries to get to the welfare, the free housing,
Yeah, of course.
and all the other stuff. So, and then unless you deal with issues like the rape gangs and you force them to adhere to UK law and respect our laws, our culture, and our religion, they gradually set up their own cultures and with their own laws, as I said, and there are large tracts of the country now where we've got these Islamic settlements which effectively operate almost as a sort of parallel society. I don't know whether it's quite the same here, whether you've got the similar thing with the Somalis in Minnesota.
You do in Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn, Michigan just had a gigantic Islamic parade where you just see tens of thousands of people holding flags and walking on the street, and
yeah,
it's kind of crazy. It's crazy and they've also one of the things that's funny about Dearborn is all the progressives. It's a very liberal place. They're like, welcome, everyone's welcome for all cultures. And as soon as they got into power, they banned the pride flag. That was the first thing they did.
Well, I'm afraid they have quite strong views on that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, that's why Queers for Palestine is always hilarious. Like, and then you see the meme Palestine for queers, and it's throwing people off roofs. It's
like the chap who runs our Green Party is a gay Jew. So I mean, he's going to have a problem if these guys get anywhere near power. But that doesn't seem to put the progressives off. They still seem to.
But this is what's crazy is that their society is like Islamic society is completely patriarchal. The women are absolutely second-class citizens. Yes. They have completely different laws for how the women can dress. What happens to the woman if someone has sex with? If someone has, first of all, if they commit adultery, they can be killed. Like,
stoned to death.
Yeah, and I watched a horrible video where a father did it to his daughter.
Yes, well, you do get these killings.
This is ubiquitous across the Islamic world too. I mean, look, in Afghanistan, they would, like, we would pay them for dead family members. So some of them would their own daughters, or they wouldn't be sad when the Taliban or Al-Qaeda did. And then they would say, hey, like, you know, you took my daughter or whatever, right? And this one time, the dude brought the daughter's body with him. And what he did was that he held her just waiting for cash. He wasn't holding her like a distraught father. He wasn't holding her like you or me, where, you know, we'd be just dead inside. You know what I'm saying? He held her like he was holding like a package. Like meat that he was going to throw away. And as soon as he got his money, he dropped her body right there and just walked off. Guys were like, hey, yo, like, what about what? And the dude was just like yelling obscenities essentially. And that was it. And in Iraq, okay, like, you know, there was a guy who they were very sure he did it to his own daughter. Essentially, he did the same thing. He accused the U.S. military of being involved so he could get money in exchange for his dead child. And this kind of stuff happened very frequently. So yeah, like, that's savagery. Savagery. Absolutely so.
Honor killings.
Honor killings, yeah.
Yeah, or bro.
But yeah, like, so this isn't, it's not as if it were one of you, like us, you know, and then this happened to us and we're asking, you know, we're trying to get reparation of some kind. Totally, entirely different. Just, I mean, this is like base human animal type shit.
Brothers, the brother will kill the daughter if the daughter shame the family. It's like, hey guys, how are you progressive when you're supporting this? And it's because the concept of not being racist, not being called racist, the fear of that is so strong. They're willing to adopt all sorts of things that are the complete antithesis of everything they believe in.
Well, in the UK, I don't know if you have it here, but the Me Too movement, it always it fascinates me that they never seem to say anything about these, what I call clannish, tribal cultures who have a completely different view of women.
Yeah.
And to your point, you know, again, in our report, a woman, if she accuses in Pakistan a man of rape, she has to have 4 male witnesses who actually have to witness and swear that they've seen her being penetrated by the rapist. And you've actually got women in prison because if she can't prove that she's been raped under those rules, then she can be sent to prison. And there are many women languishing in Pakistani prisons for that very reason. And this is the sort of extraordinary cultural oil and water which just doesn't mix, Joe.
Well,
So
it's also the mental gymnastics that you have to accept that as a part of Britain. And because you're progressive is really crazy. It just shows.
No, it's not them accepting anything. It's them wanting that. They want these people. They want this stuff to occur. Just look at the Iranian Revolution. Okay, basically that. That's what they want. They want basically that. It might end up the same, basically, also. So, I mean, the leftists always seem to lose against the Islamics.
Shows how these ideologies, these cult-like ideologies, can completely defy logic, completely defy common sense and just you have a set of rules that you're supposed to adhere to. If you deviate from those rules, you're a racist. You don't want to be a racist, right? Then everyone's welcome.
As you say, it's honor killings. It's tribal.
Yeah.
It's, your first loyalty is to your tribe and your family, not to your host country, who's actually got their own laws. There are all sorts of hadith rulings which they can use to justify it. I mean, for instance, if they rape a white girl, that doesn't count in their view of life as adultery. So they are effectively taught that a girl who doesn't dress as they would dress is meat to be abused, and they have these extraordinary sort of cultural views
you see
that are completely incompatible, in my view, with a society like ours, where we are a matriarchal society which respects women. I think we have grown to respect women. Obviously, they've now got an omnipotent position within our society. Certainly in the UK, I'm sure it's true here too, and quite right. They play a part in our society. They're a very, very important part of everything.
One of the people closest to the top of everything is literally saying it out loud that we do live in a matriarchy. It's about freaking time, because it's true.
But again, under the Islamic code, I think that the Muslims are frightened of female sexuality. It's all there, and as you know, you get FGM, female genital mutilation. So these cultures, I think, Joe, and to your point, are just incompatible unless you have a very strong government which basically protects its electorate from any subversive behavior which is not compatible with our values.
You keep using the term meat. Is that how they actually refer to it as?
That's how they consider it. Yeah.
What do they say? Like how are they?
Well, it's in our report. That there was actually, I think it was.
Is it a translation of?
I think Thomas Jefferson, actually, it's in our report, asked the Barbary pirates about the way in which they treated their slaves and their women. That was particularly slaves. They just also slavery is accepted within Islamic countries.
You know that number people keep throwing around about the number of modern day slaves in the world? You know where the greater number of them are? Islamic countries. In fact, I'm pretty certain the majority of them are. And the rest of them, I think, are like in Africa. And then there's a bunch somewhere else in like an almost isolated region. I forgot where though.
So I think they have their own codes. They have their own.
Wait, I can actually say. I have freed slaves. Because terrorists have slaves. And in some of the places where we have gone and we have wiped out all the terrorists and rescued people, they were slaves to the terrorists. So I can say I have rescued slaves. I have freed slaves. Hey, I can claim that. I'm proud to claim that.
In terms of reference, and there is a quote in there. I'd have to look at the report to give it to you, but where one of them does liken white girls not dressing as Muslim girls dress, and he does liken it to meat.
Jesus.
And you know that is an analogy he used. So I mean, yeah, I think that's what they think.
This rape gang inquiry report that you have just released, the number, I want you to say it because it sounds so crazy. If I say it, it's going to sound wrong. What the number of people that were victims, the estimate?
Well, we've estimated that a minimum of 250,000 rapes have taken place. It's probably much more, Joe, because
Much more, you
we
think?
published in here, I think it's a list of 147 parts of the UK where this is happening. Now the government tries to tell you it's happening in Rochdale, Oldham, one or two, Bradford, one or two centres, and that's why their statutory inquiry, the terms of reference of that, have now been downgraded. So they make it look as if it's not a systemic problem, but just a little local problem, which it isn't. So we've listed here, and they're all in here, the places where we know it's happening from our rape gang inquiry. But every
Just in case people don't know. Just in case people don't know. 250,000 is 250,000. Now, if it's anything like all of the other numbers we've been saying, it's probably in the millions, actually. Just like when they were, just like back when they were saying there was only like, I don't know, a few 100,000 or a few million illegal migrants in the USA. And now we found out there's something like an extra 20 million or something crazy of illegals in the United States of America instead. That's very different numbers. So if they're saying 250,000 here, you could probably think it's probably somewhere around 5 million instead.
Every time we publish this, Joe, I get people emailing us or sending us messages on social media to say, what about Red Ruth in Cornwall? What about, it's happening here, it's happening here, it's happening here. So I think it's incredibly widespread. And there's other people who've corroborated that 250,000 figure. That's an incredibly conservative figure. You can't be exact because the state is not collecting the data, which they should be doing. And we've been lobbying in Parliament to make sure that the state's collection of the data improves. And then we can actually see the extent of the problem, and you can actually pinpoint it in the same way that we've done it in this report. So this is, I think it's linked to organised crime. I think it's linked to the drug trade. I'm pretty sure it's linked to the drug trade. And obviously it's linked to prostitution. So as usual, with an evil like this, and you've got girls who are transported around in the back of pickups and in cages. And at our rape gang inquiry, we had examples of girls who were raped by dogs and filmed, either anally raped or vaginally raped, and literally watched, filmed. And a lot of it's about servitude and about, there's other stories in here about women having to lick the feet of their rapists. It's about power, it's about servitude, and it's about the fact that Muslim men are taught to believe that they are superior, not only to women, but they're superior to people like yourself and myself, who are considered to be, if you like, the infidels, and their job is to effectively spread Islam and effectively punish the infidel. And as you probably know, in the Crusades, if you lost to Saladin and you were a Knights Templar, a Crusader, you had two choices. You either converted to Islam or they killed you. And in the case of a lot of these girls, a lot of them were made pregnant, they were impregnated, and they then had to convert to Islam. Some of them were trafficked to Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, other parts of the world. So look, I mean, this is a massive national scandal, and I'm hoping, now I'm an MP, we've written this report, and this should stimulate debate. We've sent a copy of this on a PDF to every MP. And we're going to send this printed copy to all of them as well. Because everybody in power should look at this and they should start to correct it immediately.
Well, the thing is that everybody in power, well, they wanted this to happen. So this is what they did. Sure, there's some here or there who probably were just useful idiots, but I'm pretty sure we all know that's not the majority.
You use the term, or the term is used, rape gang. Why are you saying gang? And this is an organized practice.
Yes. Yes.
So it's not as simple as Islamic men are raping poor white girls. It's that they go out in gangs specifically for this purpose.
These are properly organized gangs who are grooming and abusing young girls as young as 10 or 11, and then literally trafficking them around the country. We know that from the testimonies we've had. So originally, when I went into Parliament, I was elected late. So I was elected in July 24. So at the tender age of 67. We heard them being referred to as Asian grooming gangs, which I think is a misnomer because it's unfair on, for instance, the Japanese or other Asian cultures who don't do this.
They call them Asian so that people will dismiss the severity. Like basically, it's kind of like how they call, how they mislabel their reporting on crime in the U.S. in the media, where they'll call a Hispanic guy a white dude, or they'll make their faces brighter and say, instead of race, like they would for someone who's actually white, instead they would say nothing except like Florida man, New Jersey man, California man, New York man. You know what I'm saying? Philadelphia man, Detroit man, right? So they don't have to say the race. God, the media are such scum.
So when thanks to Elon Musk, we actually did, and as you're quite right, thanks to him giving us a free speech platform, and Facebook's thankfully followed as well. So he's led the charge through his purchase of what was Twitter. So when I gave a speech in Parliament where I said they're not Asian grooming gangs. I'm going to call them what they are. They're Pakistani Muslim rape gangs. So I said this in Parliament. So Jamie will be able to drag it up if he goes on to the, because everything goes into Hansard. And I gave this speech, and it caused shock in the House of Commons. Now, look, I'm not the smartest kid on the block, but what I do in Parliament is I tell the truth. So, I'm only interested in telling the truth and getting to the truth and changing the way in which we govern. That's what I've gone into Parliament for. I haven't gone into this. I give my parliamentary salary to charity. I'm a reasonably successful person who's lived his life. I've been chairman of a football club. I don't know if you're interested in Premier League football, but I was chairman of Southampton, so I built the stadium for Southampton. I used to play competitive hockey, and I built up the youth academy at Southampton. I loved, the best day of my life was when we got to the cup final in 2003. We lost 1-0 to Arsenal, but it was the most amazing experience for everybody. So look, I'm not doing this because I want necessarily to be doing it. I'm doing it because somebody's got to do it. And if we're going to change Britain, we've got to get the public to buy into what we're doing. And as I say, I'm not a classic politician. I'm not saying you've got to vote for me.
He's not a politician. He's, a leader. A politician doesn't necessarily need to be a leader, but they could have a staff of leaders. They could have advisors and such. But this guy is a leader of others who is putting himself into the political sphere. It's kind of like that saying that Joe Rogan popularized. It's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war.
I'm saying that we've got to change Britain by 29, or I think the country, from what I can see, is in terminal decline. So I sit on the Public Accounts Committee. I see the waste. I see the unaccountability. I see the way in which the civil service does not serve the people which it's supposed to serve. I see our debt rising to nearly 100% of GDP. I see massive misallocation of procurement on our weapons. I see fraud in the judiciary. I see all the things that...
Sounds like you're talking about America.
Well, I'm talking about...
That's what I said earlier.
Britain, a moment, Joe. But
it
I
seems
think
like it's a widespread problem.
Well, I actually think America under Joe Biden probably was as bad as that. And if you look at what Elon and the boys uncovered with USAID and all the misallocation of taxpayer funds all over the world, a lot of it to England. Some of it came to woke causes in England.
Mm-hmm.
So look. Whoever the architects of this are, whether it's the World Economic Forum, whoever they are, whether it's the Bilderbergers, whether it's the Council on Foreign Relations, whether it's whatever malign influence is trying to do this, we have to collectively try and reverse it. So I'm saying to people, if you want, I will do my damnedest to reverse it. I've run multiple businesses. I was in the City of London for 20 years, so I know about finance, and I will commit to doing whatever I can to reverse this for the British people. But they've got to buy into it, Joe. They've got to buy into it.
Are there people that are in denial that this is happening, that this rape gang problem is real?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. Labour.
And what do they say?
Well, Labour just tries to look the other way.
But when confronted by the numbers, what is their response?
Well, we've been demanding a statutory inquiry, and in the end, we crowdfunded this.
Right. What is their response to that?
Well, their response to this has been pretty muted, to be frank. I mean, the BBC haven't covered it at all.
Really?
A national monopolistic broadcaster, paid for by a compulsory fee, have not covered this as a matter of public interest, nor of Sky. Nor properly of the Daily Telegraph. GB News have covered a tiny. Patrick Christie's covered one evening of it. Now this is a massive national scandal that deserves a complete and utter airing.
How does the BBC justify not discussing this?
Well, the BBC is part of our problem, Joe. So to your point about the Democrats, the BBC is a deeply malign organisation. So it was set up to inform, educate, and entertain. And it was set up by a man called Reith. And Reith was a highly principled man. And I think at the time it was set up in the 20s, it probably did have a role. But in the digital age, where most of the young people no longer watch their news on the BBC, they get their news from whatever their favourite news channel is, whether it's Breitbart, whoever they go and get it from, they get it from somewhere else. But if you want to watch sport, or you want to, basically have your TV, you have to pay the TV license.
This episode is sponsored by Beck and Austin. With /ARE. There's still a problem that I'm sure exists in /JRE. There's still a problem that I'm sure exists in England just as it exists in America. There's a certain subset of our society, a large percentage of our society, particularly older people, that things are not legitimate unless they're discussed in corporate media. And that if it's not in the New York Times, if it's not on CNN, if it's not, fill in the blank, then it can't be completely legitimate. It has to be a fringe thing. It has to be a conspiracy thing. They still need these sort of legacy establishments to give them the news, because that has been the way they grew up. That has been how they were trained.
Yep.
And in their mind, they don't understand the internet completely. They don't go on Twitter. And so all that stuff to them is it's just too fringe. So that's always going to be a problem. And if someone like the BBC doesn't cover this stuff, for a lot of people that are woefully ignorant, they can still kind of claim that ignorance and dismiss it because the BBC isn't covering it.
That's exactly right. I mean, that's a very good summary, because the BBC historically was totally trusted, and their news bulletins were designed, as I say, to be impartial completely. And being a public sector broadcaster, their job was to cover matters like this and create debate. But as we know, monopolies go bad. I mean, monopolies, in my view, are generally a bad thing, particularly in the digital age where, and thanks to Elon Musk and what he did with X, I think he has released free speech. I think he has returned some sort of semblance of people's ability to be able to force debate without.
I don't think necessarily that it's monopolies being a bad thing. Because, I mean, a structure by itself isn't necessarily good or evil. You know what I'm saying? It's the people that control it. Just like, with cars, people running over other people with cars all the time. Well, it's not the car's fault. It's the idiot driving. Or in the case of bystander fault, right? It's still not the car's fault. It's the person that decided they wanted to jump in front of thousands of pounds of high speed, metal, steel, and metal and plastic. So I mean, I don't think it's necessarily monopolies being the issue. I think it's just the people. That's the thing.
Without being bullied by a monopoly like the BBC. Right. So if I ever get near power, I will responsibly defund the BBC as one of the first things I do. I think the BBC is dripping poison into the veins of Britain every day.
What other examples of what the BBC is doing do you think is dripping poison?
Well, I think a lot of their coverage is not objective. It's woke. I mean, they're into all this DEI. They're into obviously the LGBTQ plus. They're into all of the things which I think, as we said earlier, probably came from this Democrat period. But it's been happening for a long time. I think. If you look at the Labour Party, again, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Fabian Society.
No.
So the Fabian Society was set up in the 1880s, and it was basically
what people think of the Illuminati, or the Masonic Temple, or what's the other one? There's the Illuminati, the Masonic Temple, and I forgot the last one. But the Fabian Society is basically that. Essentially.
Most of the Labour frontbench and most of the Labour Party are members of the Fabian Society. So the Fabian Society, George Bernard Shaw was a member of the Fabian Society. You'll have heard of George Bernard Shaw. So it's the most extraordinary organisation. Their emblem is a wolf in sheep's clothing. As if that doesn't tell you what they're doing.
That's their emblem?
So
can I see what that looks like?
That's their emblem. It's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Fabian Society?
The Fabian Society.
I need to see that.
You should have a look at that.
I might have to get a T-shirt.
And should I tell you what else they were?
I need a T-shirt.
Should I tell you what else they were? They were eugenicists originally.
Whoa.
Yes.
When?
Well,
how far back?
George Bernard Shaw.
Look at that. That is damn crazy.
Well, everyone should look at.
What's really funny is that eugenicists, all right, or people that believed in eugenics, are also the same type of people that started Planned Parenthood over here. Isn't that hilarious? Same people that started feminism as well, and the suffragettes movement. Also very hilarious.
The Fabian Society, because that runs deep through the veins of Labour.
That is damn crazy.
What do you think of that?
That is damn crazy. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just listening to this Fabian Society coat of arms is really a black wolf that has a sheep's body strapped on top of its back. And it's like covering its body. This is insane. That's crazy.
It's also it's also what they have at some of their their regular meetup spots. The places that they frequent together. It's very Bohemian Grove.
What a complete disdain for anybody else's intelligence. Like they're not even trying to hide it. They're just like,
They're all members. The front bench are all members of the Fabian Society. So
that coat of arms is
Keir Starmer is also a member.
I need a
of,
T-shirt, Jamie. Please order it.
You want to hold anything? you want a Fabian Society T-shirt?
Yeah, just for a goof. I think it'd be hilarious.
But no, so that runs through the Labour Party. So that's all part of it. So I think the agenda has been, to your point, they're infiltrated our education system, and I'm proud of our history. I mean, Britain stopped the slave trade. It cost us a fortune. We did it almost unilaterally. And I think on the whole have been a force for good in the world, not bad. I'm proud to say that. I've studied a lot of history. I think there are many other cultures, probably the Belgians and the French, who are far more brutal than us with their colonies. So I think we've tended to leave a legacy where we've tried to instill the rule of law. Look at India. Look at a lot of the other countries that we were involved with. They're now flourishing because of I think the structures that we left in place. And it's very sad to watch us almost turning in on ourselves and having left the legacy in other countries, we ourselves have lost sight of what we should be doing.
It's just
Well, yeah, because we didn't listen to guys like Patton or McCarthy. Heck, Churchill. Patton was right. After the Third Reich, it should have been the Soviet Union right after. Immediately so. Should have been them next back then. MacArthur. We should have listened to MacArthur. We could have bombed the Chinese all the way back to, the mainland and kept them there. There was so much made all the blood that was paid for. So much was left undone and just cast aside and just kicked down the road to the future back, during them times after World War II, that it basically made all the sacrifices from back then in vain. Because all those people died for nothing if we're having these issues today.
It's really extraordinary seeing the perspective of a lot of young people that are very impressionable that come out of universities and have an utter, complete disdain for these successful societies. And instead of looking at these successful societies and saying, well, yeah, people were really terrible in the past, but this is a pretty good example of how people should be treated equally today. No, it's not perfect, but it's progressing in a better direction than it was in the past, right? Instead, they look to the past and everything is built on this horrible history of outrageous, atrocious acts, and therefore it must be punished currently. And all the people that benefited from it, specifically white people, need to be cast out. They need to be silenced. Multiculturalism is the only way to go. Complete open borders. Like the way they look at things is like, how do you think these countries got so good? Like, what do you think is about America or about England, about any of these countries that leads them to be where they are today? Well, it's a long history of progress, a long history. And along the way, yeah, like, especially when you go back hundreds of years ago, people were fucking terrible. They were terrible everywhere. Humans are just getting better at being people, like, pretty recently. But to throw it all out and abandon it and to think that socialism is going to fix you. Like, do you guys read anything? There's not a single example of that not turning to tyranny. And their take on it is always, it hasn't been done correctly. And that is so wild that people are still willing to swallow that. And the only thing that makes sense is they've been
Thankfully, it seems like very recently that is no more. Except for New York. New York definitely, it's going to have a movie made about it. And it's going to have something to do with it being an escape from New York in some way, shape, or form. That's just the future, is what it looks like. especially for New York.
Indoctrinated through universities to think this way, because nowhere in the real world do you think that equality of outcome ever makes any sense? Because everybody realizes somewhere along the line, when you get your first job, when you're a kid, when you're going through school, when you're playing sports, there's not equality of effort. There's never equality of effort. And there's always some people that want to put in more effort, and they put in more thought and more focus, and they get further. And, you know, oh, well, they're fucking over all these other people. Are you sure that's everything? Because it seems like it's not. And it seems like as soon as you remove any incentive to succeed, then you don't have any of the amazing stuff that you have around you all the time. The reason why you have beautiful televisions and Starlink and all that, it's capitalism. It's that you have to incentivize people to create these things.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean the only way to do it is to fuck other people over. That's not correct. It can be done correctly. It can be done humanely. It can be done wisely. You could vote with your dollars. You could, you know, boycott companies that do things that you don't think are ethical. There's all sorts of wonderful ways that capitalism could be used, and you can sort of influence things in the right direction. But to throw it all out and say we've got to go to socialism, like, oh, boy. I can't believe people are buying that. That to me is one of the real problems with not allowing conservative voices in universities. And that these universities, especially in the United States, are a lot of, especially like in sociology, psychology, and the overwhelmingly liberal. Like, surely there's got to be some historians out there that are conservative, and they would have a different perspective. And it might be good to have.
There are. They're just not allowed to be openly conservative where they work. And also, they're not allowed to get hired if it's known that they're conservative or if they're, white.
Diversity of opinion, as well as diversity of national origin, as well as diversity of gender, as well as diversity of sexual orientation. Yeah, all that stuff's great. But also diversity of opinion.
Yeah.
Like, the only way to know whether or not this person's making sense is to have someone who completely disagrees, that has a better point, go up against them, and you watch them duke it out. And as soon as you silence all that because students don't feel safe, or because, you know, this is promoting X, Y, and Z, this person's a Nazi, oh, they're a Nazi, we can't let them on there. As soon as you do that, you ruin the whole thing that a university is supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be preparing young minds for discourse and for communicating and for figuring out the world on their own. They're eventually going to be independent and dependent entirely on their own actions and decisions, and go out there in the world, figure out your way. Arm them correctly, and the way to do that is to expose them to all sorts of different competing ideas. The idea that that was ever accepted to be shut down in this country, especially in America, is a massive failure of the education system. Just massive. If you think that someone has bad points, come up with better points.
It's not a failure because that's what the education system is designed to do. Because those who run it, that was their whole end goal. That was the point. Those who are in charge of the education system, they didn't fail. They achieved their goals. It's just that we think of it as a failure because when we think education system, we expect education. So to us, it's a failure. To them, no, they're very happy about it.
And let them duke it out. And don't pull fire alarms, and don't silence them, and don't scream and protest and throw things at them. Communicate. This is what, and anybody who doesn't do that should be shunned.
I agree.
If you're one of those people that says, no, you can't talk to Nazis, like, shun them. They are the enemy of thinking. They are the enemy of progress. They are the enemy of finding out what's right and what's wrong. And the only way we find that out is we communicate.
Free speech.
Free speech.
Well, free speech and a degree of Darwinism. You have to have what we have in the UK now is, I always say, reverse Darwinian theory. And again, at schools now, in my day, I was lucky, we liked to win. To win was good. To win fairly in a proper game of hockey or rugby or whatever was great. But now in schools, winning is considered to be bad. So everybody needs to have an opportunity to be treated the same.
In sports?
often in sport, to win, to be seen as a competitive winner.
You guys don't have wrestling over there either.
We don't have wrestling. I know you do.
It's a real problem.
Cage fighting and stuff, don't you?
I know, but I mean wrestling, just wrestling as a sport, just wrestling for high school and college. It's like wrestlers understand meritocracy as good as any human being alive, because there's no way to make it unless you work hard.
But isn't
I don't know. I mean, I've seen some tournaments where they kind of gave a lot of female wrestlers a big pass when they were competing against the guys. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that one, Joe. I don't know. He's probably right for a good amount, but, you know, my experience has been quite a bit different. But yeah, that said, wrestling is, martial arts in general are just fun. They really are, especially if you do them right.
Isn't this the battle, Joe, the age-old battle between individualism and collectivism?
Yes.
Because the collective likes to curb the individual. I like to foster the individual, and I think what the state fears most is highly successful, independent-minded people who are capable of putting their point of view and discussing it with each other. So what they try and do through the taxation in the UK, what they're doing is they're taxing, to your point, people who contribute, who work hard. And there are still a lot of people who fight very hard to feed their families. They're proud. They don't want to be part of this welfarism. They want to provide, and they work hard, but the state puts everything in their way, all the regulations, the rules, the taxes. Everything is, the force is not with them. And that's got to be wrong. I mean, I think what you need is a lot of successful individual family businesses, communities which are self-sufficient, communities that respect each other and effectively can have this debate with each other. You get at the truth. And I think as a result of that, most of the best inventions have come from the UK, the US, from the Anglo-Saxon world, where individualism, when it's allowed to flourish, does a lot of good for mankind.
Right.
And the thing is, we're not going to be able to bring all of that back without the application of extremely prejudicial and total, complete application of overwhelming force. We can't bring none of this back unless we force it to be brought back. And without doing that, it's not coming back. It's going to be a slow boil to there, or it's going to happen in an instant. Neither, that there's going to be no in between. Either it's going to take some time for that to happen, or there's going to be something that sparks an explosion to where it happens overnight.
And to your point, I think this is what's been undermined by these, what I call central planners.
And a lot of these great inventions in America have come from people that immigrated legally from other countries because they appreciated what America stood for and they really wanted to make something happen. And they couldn't do it wherever they were.
Well, the extraordinary thing in the UK is we've got a lot of support from people who are immigrants into the UK. They came to Britain because they respected our structures. And what they want is they want structure. They don't want to see the country.
Yes, legal
descending
immigrants in
chaos.
America have the same perspective.
It's the same.
Legal immigrants in America are pretty overwhelmingly against the whole open border idea because it was so hard for them to become an American citizen. It's a very proud moment for them to do it. Like
a lot of young people. Got a lot of support from young people who are, again,
young people are online. See, this is the thing. Like, so young people are much more, I want to say informed, but at least aware of the issue. They're much more aware of things than older people that are just, again, reading the newspaper and watching television.
But don't you think, as it may be the same here in Britain, a lot of them wealth is tied up in what I call the baby boomers. So I'm a sort of tail end boomer because I'm 68, but the sort of bulk of them are probably 70 to 90. And a lot of the pension wealth is held there. And a lot of the damage that's been done to our financial markets has come from a aversion to risk. Risk is a good thing, in my opinion. So people need to take risk. Risk, the entrepreneur takes risk and he gets reward if he gets it right. But if you tax him into oblivion, he doesn't take the risk. And what's happened in Britain is the baby boomers, the wealth's all locked up there. They want to see their retirement through safely, and not enough money is cascading down to the young people to be able to build their lives in the same way that the boomers were given a chance to make money in this very...
when you say not enough money is cascading down, like how so? What's the bottleneck?
The money's all locked up with these old baby boomers, and they're more concerned with their pensions and their retirement than they are with generating an ongoing wealth chain, which gives an opportunity for the young to be involved.
So you meaning they're not starting businesses? Like
no, very much not.
They're just holding on to their money.
They're holding on to their money.
So that's an England thing.
In England, definitely. I mean, yeah. I think it's a big issue. I don't know whether it's an issue here. Is it an issue here?
Well, there's certainly an issue here with young people feeling like the system is completely rigged. Cost of housing is through the roof. Yeah. Rent is through the roof. Groceries are more expensive. Inflation here is a giant problem.
The thing is that the vast majority of this problem is those who are controlling the prices. It's actually not even a result of the actual economy, supply and demand. They tried to artificially inflate prices for oil and gas, and then Trump had to tell them to quit it. And then they tried to artificially inflate prices in other ways, and then they got away with that. And then it just trickled upwards. So, the thing is that the greater amount of our issues come from those who are in charge and control the economy. Because they do a lot of this shit on purpose.
It's a giant problem for people that are struggling. We were just looking at something the other day on the internet where it was talking about a number, a number from, what was it, like 2007 or 2008 or something like that? That was like $225,000, and it's $450,000 in today. And that's crazy. Yeah. That's like 20 years ago. Like to have something double in 20 years. And you just think about how many people that are coming up that just feel like AI is going to take all their jobs, so they don't know what to do. And now they're in student debt because you guys have free education over there, which is a wonderful thing. I mean, I completely support that idea. But in America, these kids get saddled down with debt that they can't escape from.
We don't.
Ever.
In England, we don't have free education.
Well,
so in England, in Scotland, they do, because Scotland has free education. We did used to have it. You're quite right. But
when did it go away?
Well, now students have to take out loans, and this is another shocking.
And they set it up to be just like it is over here in the good old U.S. Isn't it funny how the leftist things that all the leftists have done across the board, no matter where they've done it, it's been completely ubiquitous?
I thought you guys had free healthcare and free education.
We have. Well, if you call it free healthcare, assuming you can get a doctor now, because most people now are having to source their own medical treatment because it takes you so long to get an operation or to get a doctor's appointment. It's although the sort of health service was set up post-war to provide free healthcare.
Sounds like the VA today.
When it becomes incredibly inefficient, people have to seek their own care. Otherwise, they don't get treated. But I think with student debt now,
when did it change? Where university education?
It's changed. So now.
What year was this?
Well, it's been changed for a long time. So,
really?
So yeah. So my oldest son is 35. So he took out a student loan. It was less then, and then the fees shot up. So
what's like for Oxford? What's a typical? How much?
Well, they run up. Students will run up debt of in the UK now. It's not uncommon to run up a debt of £60,000.
So it's very similar to what's going on in America.
£60,000, and they're charged the most hideous rate of interest on it.
And do you
which
guys
all
have
needs
the
to be
same
changed.
laws in terms of bankruptcy over there?
We do have bankruptcy laws. Yeah.
But do you have bankruptcy?
Student debt, you won't be bankrupted over student debt, though, because the student debt, they just accrue the interest. If you go and work in a foreign country, often you don't have to pay the student debt back. I think it's a 30-year liability. But once you start working, then the student debt organization will take interest and principal out of your salary.
In America, if you go bankrupt, they'll forgive credit card debt, all sorts of other debt, but not student loan. It's the one loan that you cannot ever be forgiven from. In fact, people who have Social Security in America, their Social Security gets docked because they owe student loans.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
It's crazy. Imagine you're at the end of your life, you're living on Social Security, and they're taking pieces of it for an education that clearly didn't help you out.
Well, I don't know about you, but in England, we've got these ridiculous courses in sort of humanities and sort of things that are completely abstruse.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And these kids go and do these what I call bullshit degrees, and at the end of the day, they come out of it with a load of debt.
I've got 4 of them. Can confirm.
Right.
And no real skills.
No skills and a completely ideologically captured mind.
Very much so.
Yeah, it's
But it's not that alone. However, that is the issue. I'm just not allowed to get hired for them. That's the issue.
And there's not a lot of other alternatives. It's like most universities are left-leaning.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the issue that these kids have. Even if you're from a conservative family, or if kids grow up a certain way, send them off to college, and they're very impressionable, and they're going to get talked down to by a professor who's a communist, who's never had a real job in his life, and he seems so smart, and he's very smug, and he insults you if you disagree with him, and he is the ruler of the classroom, and everybody like little kids, they just give in to this guy's ideas. The next thing you know, you're organizing on school grounds, and you're doing all the same things that the other communists are doing, and you're part of the team. Hey, we're going to fix the world. And you don't realize how ridiculous it is until like maybe you're 35 and you have a job and then you have a family and you're like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what is this?
It does change, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%.
But Oxford's the worst.
It's the old expression,
Oxford
show me a young man who...
Which is... So, it's even more of a drastic, extreme difference. If you were formerly like an actual leftist, like myself, right? Like I was a card-carrying communist. I believed in the cause. I helped to stand up the Sacramento chapter of Antifa back in the day. Right? Like, then again, growing up in California, everybody's left. Everyone, even the conservatives. But yeah, so, like, it's such an extreme, it's an alternate reality is how different it is. It's almost like having gone to a different dimension.
Who's that? Who quoted that? Who was that quote from? Show me a young man who's not was it liberal or is it progressive or whatever it is? Show me a young man who's not a liberal, and I'll show you a man without a heart. Show me an old man who's not conservative, and I'll show you a man without a brain.
Yeah. No, well, I don't know who said that, but it's a common.
Who said that,
common
Jamie?
saying.
Let's find out who said that.
It's a truism.
Was it Churchill?
Was it Churchill?
There you go. One of your people.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant and accurate. And being conservative doesn't mean you're not kind. It's silly. It's just recognition of human nature. And you can't reward people for not putting in effort, because then they will find ways to not put in effort. You can't reward people for being a quote-unquote victim. And I don't mean a real victim of a crime. I mean victimized by society, victimized by circumstance, You can't weaponize that, because people will cling to it. People love excuses. Anybody who does sports, you played hockey, people love excuses. Not today, my back hurts. Today I don't feel up to it. Today I'm a little tired. I can't do the final lap. People love excuses. And when you weaponize that and you give people incentives to be you give excuses, and then you put people on their heels like, whoa, I don't want to appear that I'm insensitive. Let's help you out. And then all of a sudden, you've got a whole swath of society that has carte blanche over your tax dollars for nonsense.
Well, this is obviously what's happened in the UK. When I was brought up, again, competition was a good thing. You know, if you felt a bit rough, you just carried on. You didn't whinge, you didn't moan. You expected to fight for things. If you had a setback, you didn't immediately go and cry into your beer. You basically got on with it.
Well, we need to teach people it's character building. Like, you're gonna have rough days, and you should cherish those rough days, because from them you will grow. You will grow from your rough days. The down times are the good ones, because those down times really give you the motivation and the real firepower to get out of whatever situation you're in and improve your life. And
As they do say, and this is precise to what they're speaking of, pressure makes diamonds. That may be true, but pressure also makes rocks. So, and other types of precious stones. So, I mean, look, if you know, you know. I'll just leave it at that. But some of us are a few minerals short of a lodestone. You know what I'm saying?
From adversity comes
Talk about hard comedy.
success.
Yes.
I think.
Comes character for sure.
Character and success. Yeah.
Yeah, character for sure. I mean, it doesn't exist without some sort of adversity.
But I think the young were also badly affected by the response to COVID, Joe. And I think you and I share something in common. I'm a pureblood. I didn't have
Pureblood's hilarious.
I didn't have those injections. I wouldn't go anywhere near them.
How did you get away with that in the UK?
Well, I used to go to Australia a lot. Because I have some businesses in Perth in Western Australia. I love those old rocks in Western Australia. You know, the mining, the sort of Wild West, and Kalgoorlie and places like that. You know, which have got a huge historical connection to sort of gold prospecting and stuff. So I stopped traveling because it was very difficult to travel. But I don't know about you, I found the lockdown profoundly concerning. I thought things that I thought were the norm, I was losing everything that made sense.
Yeah.
And, you know, there were things happening that I didn't think could ever happen in Britain. You know, the state literally took over, and it frightened people into submission.
Same as America.
And the young people suffered most because, you know, they didn't have the opportunity to socialize and to your point, discuss ideas and get at the truth. They were literally locked up. Everything was online. It wasn't right. The whole thing was completely wrong. And
imagine if you're in high school in America and you're in California, your entire senior year, you're at home. You graduate. You can't even go to a graduation because it's too dangerous.
Yeah.
The whole thing was madness.
Well, Sweden got it right. Anders Tegnell in Sweden. He was a great man, very brave man.
W Sweden, big W Sweden. Also, the freaking Swedish soccer team visiting here in Texas, just just the shit they were posting was great. It was so good. It was just peak internet, honestly. Got freaking dude, it's great. Y'all should look it up. You know, Swedish soccer team in the USA, and just enjoy. I swear to God, it's so good.
And he got that right.
And boy, was there a lot of pushback. It was amazing how many people were willing to do the work of the government, how many citizens were willing to enforce these ideas. It was really shocking. It was shocking to watch how many people became lemmings, how many people just stepped in line.
We had people ratting on each other.
Yeah. Oh, we did it.
Because
they were rewarding people in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
They were giving them financial rewards for telling on their neighbors that we're having parties.
What's really funny is that your average person is basically a lemming. That's your average. Your average are lemmings. That's like the totality of their existence. That's the beginning and end of it. That's it. That's all there is. It starts at one point, ends at another, The space in between is perfectly flat. There's no warbling or whatever in between. It's just from point to point, done. That's it. That's all. And these people are allowed to vote.
That's what happened in England. I have a tennis court in the middle of nowhere, so I used to say, come up and play tennis, because it's ridiculous to stop you playing tennis outside. I mean, absolutely mad. Anyway, they used to come up and play tennis, and nobody can see it. But if they played it in the village...
What's funny is that you person watching this right now, there's actually, if I remember it correctly, close to a 75% chance that you are more intelligent, or at least above average in intelligence. Isn't that wild? That's freaking nuts. That you watching this right now, you, because of this specific instance we're all in right now, have a 75% chance of being above average intelligence. That is just wild. That's so crazy. Well, anyway, what's up, smart person? I love stats like that. They're so fun.
Then people would report each other.
Yeah. In California, we had people report on us because this desk is not 6 feet wide.
Seriously?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then they also said we were talking close to each other without masks because there was a bunch of people that saw people walk into the studio and we shook their hand, so they were ratting on us. And so we had to put a sign up in the front door of the studio, and we had to have a bag of masks, a whole bag of masks. Do we have to have hand sanitizer too? Did we have that too? I think so. I think we had to have hand sanitizer for a while at least. But we were getting ratted on because this desk is too close. So it's not, this desk is only 5 feet wide, so it's no social distancing.
It's pathetic, Joe, isn't it?
It was nonsense. It was so crazy. The whole thing made no sense. And it completely changed a lot of people's ideas about trusting experts and trusting authority. So many people thought that the health experts in this country were literally just trying to make people healthy. And you didn't realize, like, oh, no. They're trying to prop up the pharmaceutical drug cartel, and they're trying to make as much money as humanly possible. And the only way to do that is to force compliance. And so they will do whatever they can. They will keep you from flying. They'll keep you from driving. They'll keep you from going to school. You can't work. If you have more than 100 employees, everyone has to get vaccinated. They were doing crazy shit where you're like, you guys are really going for it. And it worked. It worked for quite a while. But boy, did it ruin young people's perspective of authority.
Completely.
They don't trust anybody anymore, and with good reason.
Well, I think it damaged them most. Again, it's another negative for them.
Yeah.
I mean, our National Health Service was forcing people to have the injection. You had to work in the National Health Service, you had to have the jabs.
Yeah, and it didn't work.
It didn't work.
That's what's even crazy.
Actually, worse than that, Joe, it didn't work. It created major medical problems.
Right.
And I don't personally think we've seen the end of it yet. So I've got a lot of friends who are fit. They ended up having myocarditis, having strokes, having heart attacks. And at the end of the day...
Everybody knows somebody that has a horrible reaction to it.
Everybody does.
Or they got a terminal medical condition that was caused by it. That's very common too. Right, but freaking, I mean, when it comes to like the older generation having screwed up things for the younger generation, that kind of goes without saying because the two are directly connected. There is no older generation without there having been a younger generation that became the older generation. So it's kind of like a mountain falling. When the mountain falls, or, you know, I'll put it this way. When there's an avalanche, it's not the mountain that suffers. It's whatever is below it. That's basically what's been happening with the last few generations. And it's only been getting worse.
Yeah, everyone. And to people that say they don't, I've had conversations with people, I don't know anybody who had a side effect. I'm like, fuck you for lying. There's no way that's possible. Unless you are the luckiest person in the world and you have an extremely small social circle, and out of that social circle, no one had a bad reaction, which is very unlikely. Unless that's true, like you're just lying. And
But
you're
I think
lying because
countries-
you probably were supportive of the vaccine initially, and you don't want to seem like you were on the wrong side of things.
Well, I lost friends. I don't know about you, because people said I hadn't been vaccinated, and therefore I was a risk to their mum or their dad or their granny.
Yeah, I lost a bunch of people.
And I lost friends like that. But I mean, in countries like India, you know, they didn't have the jab. They used ivermectin to a far greater extent, and that was just as effective.
I know.
I think I used to treat it's a wormer. Ivermectin. I used to treat my cattle with ivermectin. But it worked. It worked well, and there were other. I think, treatments which worked far.
Do you
better.
know what happened to me in America?
The trouble is, it's almost prohibitively expensive. It's very expensive. However, whenever I can afford to do so, I'm getting me some. Because I'm going to get some ivermectin, and I'm going to get, what is it called? Methylene blue? I think it's methylene blue. Well, anyway, it's a basically what it does is that it helps like with cancers and stuff like that. And I've had cancer before and I survived it. Thankfully, I caught that shit early. Oh, it could have been bad if they weren't able to get to it early. So, thank God for that. But yeah, no, I plan on getting ivermectin and methylene blue for other reasons. But yeah, like bub. Them trying to say that it was like not medicine. Oh God, you don't hate the media enough.
America over ivermectin. Are you aware of that?
No.
CNN, like for days, was running this hit piece on me saying that I was taking horse dewormer for COVID.
Oh, it is a worm.
Yeah, it is. But it's also, you know, it's great for river blindness and
Yep.
dengue fever. And
Yep.
I mean, it won the Nobel Prize for use in human beings. And they were claiming on CNN that I was taking veterinary medicine. And they not only that, but they changed the color of my face. So they took a video. I was supposed to do a concert with Dave Chappelle that weekend in Nashville. And I had to make a video saying, I'm sorry, but we have to cancel it because I got COVID. So I said I had COVID like 2 days ago.
At Soup Dragonish, ivermectin is very cheap. Not where I'm at. Oh, it is not. Absolutely not so. Or maybe what I was looking for specifically, because I was trying to get ivermectin in a not as the horse paste, but the ivermectin that is prepared for human consumption. Which, when I was looking it up fairly recently, was a lot. It was something like $200 for a bottle, and it was like, it was like 30. I was like, what on earth is this? So yeah, I gotta save up for that. Any shoe. But yeah, no, the horse paste is not prohibitively expensive as far as I've seen.
Oh, I was sick.
Anyway, how you doing, Soup Dragon?
But I'm fine now. And I explained all the stuff that my doctor threw the kitchen sink at it. We took all these different things. And one of the things that I mentioned was ivermectin. And because of me mentioning that, I also said monoclonal antibodies, Z-Pak. I talked about all the IV vitamins. I took a bunch of different stuff, and I got better quick. And they took the video and changed the color of my face to make me look green on CNN.
No.
On CNN.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
CNN's not a
Yeah, I remember seeing that too. I was like, is that real? I thought they had some kind of filter on it by accident for a second. And then I looked at it again. I was like, wait, that looks very much purposeful. And they don't explain it or anything. I was like, yeah, no, that's screwed up.
good channel, is it?
I didn't know until I saw that. I was like, wow. Like, this is, I was like, do I have to sue CNN? Like, this is crazy.
So is that bilharzia when you're talking about with the eyes, the worm in the eyes? Is that the bilharzia you get from the water in Africa?
But river blindness, I do not know what
I think it's called bilharzia. I think I may be wrong.
You might be right. But I know it's used to treat yellow fever, dengue fever. It's used to treat a bunch of different things. But it also has antiviral properties that have been demonstrated. Like, there's papers on it.
And it's very cheap.
Yes, but that's the problem. The problem is anybody can make it, and you could buy it for it's like $1 a pill or something like that. It's nothing.
Yeah.
And that was the real problem. Is that if you want to have the emergency use authorization of a vaccine that hasn't gone through the safety protocols in America,
Soup Dragonish. It's generic. India produces loads of it. The horse paste is perfectly okay for humans. Just use the correct dosage for your body weight. Oh, okay. So they did. All right. Well, no. Last time I looked for some ivermectin online, it was really expensive. So maybe I need to look somewhere else. If you got recommendations, I would appreciate some.
you have to have no other medications that are available that can treat it. So the reason why they went after me on CNN was because clearly I was doing okay. It was 3 days later, and I said I never got vaccinated. So here's all the stuff that I took, and now I'm fine. And they went crazy, and it was this concerted campaign to try to destroy me. Neil Young took his music off Spotify because he said that
he was unsound.
Because he said that I was promoting vaccine misinformation, and he probably believed that. He probably did believe that, but he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. He's another old boomer that just watches the news.
Yes, I did used to like his music when I was at school, though, didn't you?
I still love it. I still listen. I don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, I even told a story when I made the video about how when I was at a Neil Young concert. Well, I was working at a Neil Young concert, actually, when I was 19. And that was the last day on the job because a riot broke out. And I was like, I'm a huge Neil Young fan. Like, I don't care. He just doesn't know. Someone told him this, or he really thinks he's doing the right thing by removing his music. Like, okay. But what you're doing is you're supporting this machine that is lying to people and telling people the only way to get through this is to get vaccinated. When in fact, there's real, like Uttar Pradesh in India, where it was just very low instances of COVID fatality. All of it was through ivermectin.
Yeah,
they had amazing success with just ivermectin.
But again,
and if you're able to actually if you're actually able to cure somebody of something in India, I mean, if they're able to pull that off in India, right? It should work incredibly well anywhere else. It's like saying, you know, this drug, you know, cured, I don't know, like HIV overnight or something, right? But in a place where people get HIV every second that they're there, essentially. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like that. I'm just... Let's continue, but Jesus.
And I think the state knows that it's caused damage. I just don't think they can admit it at the moment.
No, they're not going to admit. They're never going to admit it. They just gloss over it and move on. And some of the same people that were promoting that shit on the news, they still deny it. They still deny it. And they've lost debates. Like Chris Cuomo got destroyed by my buddy Dave Smith because of it. Like they're in denial of like the things that they were actually saying.
Yep. It was like fluoride in water and folic acid in bread and all this sort of
all
stuff.
That shit. It's all terrible.
It's sort of man getting high on his own supply, isn't it, really?
Well, it's also a business. That's the real problem, is that there's lobbies in this country that, you know, they want to continue making money the same way they've been making money.
Yeah.
And one of the ways they do it in America is they advertise on the networks. So the pharmaceutical drug companies all advertise on all these networks, and they're an enormous part of the advertising budget. I know in England, that's not legal. And it's only legal in America and in New Zealand. Those are the only two countries that allow pharmaceutical drug companies to advertise on television. But what it effectively does is it stops all criticism of any side effects. There's no stories on heart attacks. There's no stories on strokes, no stories on myocarditis. Now, if they weren't advertising and then someone was making money off of something that was killing people, that's the news.
Yeah.
The news would be all over it. But they have effectively ruined their own reputation by turning a blind eye on something that everybody knows.
Not a blind eye. Running propaganda for something, right? That's not just not, propaganda, willingly so. That's what they did. Freaking insane.
Do you think they're turning a blind eye? I think they know.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab something. Gotta grab something real quick. Oh. What? I did my Duolingo points and everything. 890. Appreciate it. Be careful, please. Oh, jeez. Good times, good times. Oh, good times, good times. All right, let me clean my phone off and put my gun down. Nice and simple. Oh, yeah. Well, of course, I gotta hunt down the light. Well, dang, where'd they go? Oh, there they are. Gotta wipe off my phone. Ugh. Well, yeah, let's get back to it.
I think they know, but they can't admit it. I
The
think
people, the individuals most certainly must know someone who got something from COVID, from the COVID shot. Someone who had a stroke. You know someone who's got a neurological condition. I know way too many people for you to not know anybody. I know I have 2 people that I know that have pacemakers now. Like there's a lot of weird, horrible side effects that happen from that. If you don't know anybody that had one, I don't believe you.
Well, I know loads. I mean, my sister-in-law had myocarditis. I've had a friend, my best friend had a stroke literally a week after having the jab. People have had problems with heart arrhythmia.
Yeah.
All sorts of stuff. And there's been some issues with blood too.
Yeah.
So look, I think, as usual, money probably goes to the root of it, Joe.
Absolutely.
And we had something in the Britain called the nudge team, which basically was, I mean, how the government thought that was okay. It's a bit like when I was in football, people.
Corrupt cops. That's basically what nudge was. Corrupt cops. The cops that make other people say all cops are bastards type of cops. You know what I'm saying?
Were hacking my phone and thought that was okay. But with the nudge team, it was to nudge people into accepting the lockdown, and it was effectively very clever manipulation of the population. So look, I mean, you can't believe that the state thinks that's okay, but they did.
They did. Yeah, they did, and they did it in America depending on which city you were in, to various extents, varying extents. California was bad. It was real bad. I mean, they closed down all the comedy clubs. They lost 70% of all the restaurants in Los Angeles. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, a great place to live, California, though.
What's that?
It's a great place to live,
it's
California.
Beautiful. That's why people still tolerate it. I mean, if California had the weather of Seattle, it would be empty.
Yeah, it would, yes.
You know what I mean? It's like the reason why people are still there is because, God, it's so amazing. And there's so many cool people there, and it's so nice, and the weather's incredible, and the views. And you could be at the ocean, and then 2 hours later, you're in the mountains. I mean, it's an amazing place.
It's an amazing place. I went
Filled
there.
with dumbasses.
Yeah, it was socialist, Joe. Unfortunately, it's been permeated to socialism.
That and grifters pretending to be socialists. They're essentially those people with the wolf, with the sheep wrapped around them. That's a large
society.
Yeah, that's a large portion of the government in Los Angeles and a large portion of the government in California in general. And the way you know this is how wealthy those fucking people are, and how it doesn't make sense how they're so wealthy. You're making how much a year, and you're worth how much?
Crime.
Yeah, crime. They're doing crime. Well, one of the things that happened very recently is they just announced that the governor of California, one of the people on his staff had been wearing a wire for over a year. Did you see that story, Jamie? What's that?
I don't know what they got.
Well, no, I don't know what they got either. But this lady had been, see if you can find it, what it says. But she had been wearing a wire. She's working for the Gavin Newsom organization.
Yeah.
And she was working for the administration, and she was wearing a wire for the FBI because they had been investigating him and this was during the Biden administration they started this. So they started this in 2024. If they're investigating him, it's supposed to be like, they must know that some real shit is going down. FBI infiltrated Gavin Newsom's inner circle by convincing governor's ally to wear a wire. Yeah. Not good.
Not good. But I think it's the same in Chicago. You've got some pretty bad spots.
And under the Biden admin, they did not start investigating him because they were trying to, mete out some justice or do the right thing. No, it was to ensure, because this is what they were doing to everybody. They were having everybody investigated under the Biden administration. Everyone. Why? To ensure that the governors stayed in line with the Democrat administration. Right? And then there was like all that trouble with Florida, with what's his name, DeSantis, where they were like trying to get him too. Right? It wasn't. They didn't investigate Gavin Newsom because they were like, "Oh, he's doing something bad." No, it was because it was them being like, "Hey, buddy, remember we're the federal government, okay? Remember that." It's essentially why. And then they just transferred that over to the Trump administration, where now actual justice might be served.
Well, San Francisco, I think, is not good.
It's a lot of people that are profiting off of this idea that, the government should be taking care of everybody and you should be making all this money from taxes. And then, California spent $24 billion on the homeless and it just got worse. It is like, and so that now it's an industry. So now you have this homeless, taking care of the homeless is now an industry. And there's people on the homeless industry board that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And it's like, what are we doing?
Well, it's the same with compliance. It's the same with, as you say, DEI.
Yeah.
There's a whole industry in the UK of people making vast amounts of money on, compliance, DEI.
Yeah.
Basically wealth creation,
yes.
which ultimately strips personal responsibility and tries to imbue everybody with a very sort of malign philosophy, which is very damaging to the
under the guise of being inclusive.
Correct.
And also, you're getting wealthy. How many people from these nonprofits are getting enormously wealthy? Like, this is insane. And that was one of the things that USAID clearly uncovered. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen Mike Benz and some of his takes on it.
Yeah. It was shocking. I couldn't believe it.
There's so many hours of it. It's almost like there's too much information to digest. I could listen to like an hour of it. I was like, I got to stop because I just don't know when this ends. I'm not even absorbing this. I'm just so flabbergasted by the extent of the corruption and the amount of money that's been gone to fraud and possibly waste over the years is just staggering.
But it also went all over the world, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It was a philosophy, a poor philosophy that was being exported to other countries, and particularly to Britain. I mean, we have a presenter called Rory Stewart. His wife was being funded by some of this stuff, which got shut down. Did they shut the whole thing down? Or
They shut USAID
Did they leave a
down.
remnant of it?
I don't know exactly how much they've left, but essentially it's been shut down. Of course, if there was ever a Democrat that got elected president in 2028, they would probably start that bitch right back up, open the borders right back up, business as usual.
That would not be good, Jay.
No, it seems like there was a desire to.
Jamie will never show Joe the list of what the Democrats have literally announced they plan on doing when they get back into power. It's real bad. Like, literal, Nazism type bad. Literal type bad.
To move people into blue states and then eventually get them on social assistance and then get them to become citizens, and then you have guaranteed voters because you want to continue this, right? You want to continue living like this? Well, this is the way. And then you would just completely take over the presidential elections. And I think they were trying to do that. This is Elon's perspective, and I think he's right. And, he's obviously much more aware of the problem in terms of like the extent that USAID was involved and these nonprofits and NGOs were involved. It seems like there was a concerted effort to do this. And it's disturbing.
But again, a lack of respect for taxpayer funds, which is what we have in the UK. I mean, we need your help at the moment. You've got, at least you're making a stab at returning to some form of normality.
For now, but if we don't fuck it, I mean, we might have fucked it up by going to Iran. I mean, this war is not something anybody that's conservative wanted. Most people don't want it, except supporters of Israel. They're the only people that seem to be thinking it's a good idea in this country. Most people are horrified by the idea because Trump was elected. One of the pillars that he stood for, apparently, was that he doesn't want any more wars.
Well, I came out against it on the basis for us of realpolitik, which is it wasn't in the interest of the British nation.
Right.
And I think, again, most of these leaders should put the interests of their tax-paying public first. And there's only a reason to go to war if it's going to benefit you. Yeah. And it was difficult to see what the benefit was. Although I think, Iran is a sort of malevolent state, and it is spreading very bad philosophy across. Obviously, you've got Hezbollah in Lebanon, and then we've got Hamas causing a problem. So I think they are a problem, but certainly from our point of view, I mean, you're the only country with the ability to do anything about it. I mean, we had one warship which didn't work properly when it was sent out to help. So, I mean, goodness knows we've spent all our money on welfare and not enough money on defence. So, no, we need help, and I think to your point, Elon Musk has been, to my mind, incredibly helpful in restoring free speech, because Starmer and these Fabian Pabloist Haldane Society, as I call them, they're sort of they've all got this malign philosophy, and I think what giving us free speech has done is it's stopped them.
I can tell you what the benefit of the war against Iran, well, actually, the ongoing military operation against Iran has for us. You know what the benefit of the Iran war is for us? They almost had nuclear weapons. Now they don't. They almost took over the Middle East and turned it into a terrorist Islamist state. Now they can't. I mean, I don't, I mean, is that not beneficial? I mean, what else could you ask for? Although I guess a possibly unintended beneficial consequence of this is that it stopped most of the oil going through the Strait of Hormuz and stopped, the monopolized economy of oil of OPEC, and everybody had to come all to us and go to our new puppet state, Venezuela, in order to get oil. So, I mean, that's probably, I mean, I'm not saying this was planned, but I would say that's kind of beneficial for us now, isn't it? I mean, I'm just saying.
Crushing the spirit of those people who do want to debate, who do.
I gotta feed this to her real quick. Hold on, honey. You hungry? Sorry. Okay. Because I'm back in black. I'm back and black. All right, let's go.
Who want to discuss, who do want to get at the truth.
Right, but they've done so much to stop free speech with all these arrests.
It's extraordinary.
Because they've incentivized people to keep their mouths shut because no one wants to be in trouble.
Well, it's two-tier policing. You've got, to your point about, that the Palestinian marches are tolerated, whereas any form of Tommy Robinson march, and Tommy Robinson in the UK, he's deeply disliked by the establishment. I give him credit for what he did. Again, on the grooming gangs in 2003, he was warning about this in 2003 in Luton.
Not only that, I remember people dismissing that in 2003 or 4, whenever it was when I first heard about it, they were talking about him as he was just horrible far-right extremist.
I know.
And that he was making up these stories about these grooming gangs and rape gangs. I remember hearing that. I remember not knowing Like, what is it? What's accurate here? Like, what's going on?
Well, I think the accuracy is that he was right. The establishment didn't want to admit it because if we're right, well, I think we are right about their multicultural post-war experiment. They realized it was failing because you can't justify the sort of abuse and grooming of the most vulnerable people in your society by people who've come into the country. They should be treated equally under the law. A rape is a rape. It doesn't matter whether it's perpetrated by somebody from a Muslim country or a Christian country. Rape is rape, and it should be treated the same.
What would you do to stop this? Like, imagine if you got into power right now. What would you do to put a stop to that?
Well, we have to root it out, and we have to stop it.
How do you root it out?
We have to apply the law, the law of our land, to the people who are perpetrating it. The problem is the police have institutionally been taught that they are racist, and we had the Stephen Lawrence killing, which didn't reflect well on the UK, but the response to it has created this fear of being called a racist.
Which is the Stephen Lawrence killing?
Stephen Lawrence was killed. I think it was late 90s. He was stabbed by some sort of British miscreants. And
where was he from?
He died. It was in London.
Where was Stephen Lawrence from?
Well, he was a black boy.
Okay, so it's a racial hate crime?
Yeah, it was a racial hate crime.
Okay, and this was in the 90s?
And it was blown up. And again, you find that the racial hate crime involving any white people is now blown up.
It was almost like the UK's Martin Luther, not Martin Luther King. It was almost like the UK's like George Floyd or Rodney King. In a way, that's basically what it was.
Whereas the very often and increasingly common acts against the indigenous white people are hushed up as much as they possibly can be.
That's a funny thing to say, indigenous white people.
Yeah.
And what I mean, it is real for England. But I mean, nobody thinks about that in America. You would never say like indigenous white people.
Well, we do have an identity,
yes,
Joe.
Yes, of course. There's a reason why everyone's so pale.
Yeah. We do have an identity, but I
really
think
is indigenous.
As I say, we've been very tolerant of people who've needed help.
Right.
I mean, technically, that's correct. If you've been born in a place, you're technically indigenous to there. Technically. However, if those before you, right, were not from there, then no, you're not native to there.
Right. Let them into the country. And on the whole, they have integrated and they have contributed.
Right.
And I have no problem with that. Like you, I'm absolutely in favor of that. And
right. The only problem is the people that aren't integrating.
If people don't want to come and live and integrate and contribute, then they shouldn't come. They should remain in their own country.
Well, it's also the idea of incentivizing people to illegally migrate to your country is just pure insanity. Like, you're going to run out of money. And you're also putting a burden on these taxpayers for no reason whatsoever. It's a bad use of their tax dollars.
But in our immigration document, we put forward, the case for basically a hostile environment. We don't want to be handing out welfare.
Right.
We don't want to be encouraging people to come. We want to create a hostile environment and encourage people to go, unless they're contributing, to go back to their own country. And live there, particularly if they don't like our culture and our laws and they don't respect us and they think we're the infidel.
But do laws exist that would allow you to deport those people?
Well, you'd have to repeal. So that's why it's so important we win an overall majority in Parliament by 29, because then we can repeal a lot of this legislation, which will then empower the nation state again.
So this is the legislation that provides healthcare, dental, welfare, housing to
This is
people.
Legislation largely passed by Tony Blair and his acolytes.
And this was all just to encourage mass migration.
I think it was to encourage this mass immigration and make it very difficult to stop it practically. Interestingly, he's quite crafty because he came out the other day trying to distance himself from a lot of the things that he has actually created. So he's quite a canny old fox. And he looks a bit like Beelzebub these days. I mean, he's got this white hair and these piercing sort of eyes. I can't help look at him and think of evil. But But look, so he ultimately, I think, him and his team realized what they realized what they were doing, and he had it was all done through the law. You have to do in a country that believes in the rule of law. The only way to change it is through control of Parliament. So you have to do it top down through the parliamentary system, so that you can repeal the laws and you can pass the laws you want to pass to empower the nation state. And at the same time, which we're doing, you need to start controlling local government as well, because local government's gone badly wrong. And a lot of the failures from the rape gang inquiry weren't just the national government. You had failure at local government as well. So
are the local government willfully ignorant? Are they denying its existence? Are they gaslighting people on it?
Yeah, in the case of Labour, that they've enabled it. You know, I say I can't see how anybody can ever vote Labour again after they've read this report, because Labour has clearly enabled this, both at national level by denying what's been going on, and at local level where you have local government. And it happens mainly in Labour-controlled areas. You've got people denying completely that this has been happening, whereas we know it's happening. We have people like Sammy Woodhouse, who's a victim of it, who had a child by her rapist. So ultimately...
So basically, it's like the leftist cop said. You know, that they've just been doing that all over Britain. There's something wrong with these people. They're doing bad things to our community. Nah, I don't think they are, mate. That's basically what they've been doing this whole time.
Local government has to be controlled from the bottom up, and we started that process. We won 9 out of 9 county council seats in Norfolk. So my constituency is on the coast in England, so it's a coastal constituency. Been very badly served by the post-war elite. So the fishermen in England have been sold down the river largely to the European fishermen as part of the membership of the EU. So Norfolk is a county on the east coast. It's got rich farmland, and farming's my passion. I love farming. It's my hobby, and I love it. So at the end of the day, we have to control local government and change it bottom up, and we have to then get control of national government and change it top down.
I would imagine.
And if we can do that, Joe, I truly think we can release the spirit of the British people, and I think they want it. But they've got to show to the ballot box that that's what they want.
I'd imagine there's going to be an enormous amount of resistance to this kind of huge change.
From organised crime, which I think we're now in the hands of, from a corrupt judiciary, from a police force that's gone wrong, from local government that's gone wrong, the NHS has gone wrong. Again, it's a state monopoly, and its original function, I think, has been subverted. So you've got everything. To your point, the education system is wrong. So there's a lot of change that needs to happen. But I think fundamentally, the electorate, you saw them in 2016 vote to take back their sovereignty. The government wrote a letter to all the households in the UK recommending they vote to remain in the European Union. This is David Cameron. But actually the British people didn't. They voted to leave. And they didn't do it, I think, for financial reasons. They did it because they wanted their country back. They wanted their sovereignty back. They wanted an accountable parliament in Westminster. And some of our problems emanate from the fact that Tony Blair's reforms have undermined our parliament. So our parliament is supposed to be omnipotent. It's supposed to be completely contain the elected representatives of the people. So Parliament is supposed to be right at the top of the chain. But what's happened is it's been undermined by these quangos that Tony Blair set up, which has effectively created a life of their own. So the Supreme Court. And literally there are hundreds.
I don't know why, but I really do love hearing Rupert Lowe say quangos. I really enjoy it. It's a great time. If you know, you know. If you don't know, look up leaflet and Asadi.
Hundreds of these quangos that now employ unelected people.
What is that word, quango?
Well, quango is like a quasi-national government organisation.
Okay.
So they are, you've got all sorts of bodies, the sort of Bar Standards Board, you've got loads of bodies which now prevail. You've got bodies on almost everything, which again have flourished since Tony Blair's legislation. Prior to that, power lay with Parliament. So that's why they've been able to control a lot of what goes on, because the
Actually, wait, let's hear that again, actually.
two parties, that's why prior to on almost all sorts of organizations.
What is that word, Quango?
Well, Quango is like a quasi-national government organization.
Okay.
So they are, you've got all sorts of
Quasi-national government organization. It's almost like whoever it is that made this DLC knew exactly what they were doing. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like whoever is this creator of reality that potentially may or may not exist planned for things to just perfectly fit in the strangest of ways. I mean, I'm just saying. I love it so much.
Of bodies, the sort of bar standards board. You've got loads of bodies which now prevail. You've got bodies on almost everything, which again have flourished since Tony Blair's legislation. Prior to that, power lay with Parliament. So that's why they've been able to control a lot of what goes on, because the two-party system, the Blues and the Reds, the Tories and Labour, basically have tried to outcompete each other. So the entire Parliament, Blair took it left, Cameron emulated Blair, and you didn't actually get proper conservative thought to change a lot of this stuff that was wrong. So I think this is an opportunity, and I think it's our last opportunity, and all the help we can get from you guys. I mean, we made a bad mistake in letting you declare your independence, which you're celebrating tomorrow in the first place. Had we played our cards better, I think you should still be part of.
I think it worked out.
Going on. It's worked out pretty well for you, but not so well for us.
Sorry, but I think we're better off.
But I do want to see.
Otherwise, it'd be under your laws.
He's a classic Brit. I swear to God, he is. He reminds me a lot of some of the guys when I was in our military, when I was in the Army, and we did like joint training or joint missions, or we served alongside the Brits somewhere, anywhere. That's what he kind of reminds me of.
Well, I do want to see the Anglo-Saxon world support each other. I think there's not enough of that. We're too fragmented. There's too much sort of, whether it's the World Economic Forum, as I said, whatever the reason, there's too much fragmentation and too much undermining of this cohesive Anglo-Saxon world, which, let's face it, is the reason why we all have individual freedom. Because, as we said earlier, individual freedom is incredibly fragile, and we could lose it at any minute, Joe.
I mean, the society that the way we look at America when people look at it the right way, or when people are proud of America, they look at it as a place where anybody can come and achieve your dreams. And it doesn't mean only white people. It doesn't mean only black people. It just means Americans. We're supposed to be a community, a team, And the fact that we're a melting pot, that we're not like, indigenous white people like England, is part of the fun of it all. That everyone's welcome. Just come over here and do your thing and follow the rules. But the problem with this country is the problem with any country. When you're being run by people that are completely corrupt, and you're being run by people that are influenced by enormous corporations that don't care about the people, that only care about the bottom line, how much money they're making, and how do they rig things, and then you have politicians that are making $170,000 a year, but they're somehow worth $400 million, and no one questions it, and no one's in jail. The whole thing is bonkers.
Or like that one. Who was it? The Somalian one. Yeah, I know it's kind of hard to pin down exactly which Somalian scammer did the scam this time, but it's everybody's favorite one. Ilhan Omar. She used to say she was worth something like, what? 50 million? 300 million? Somewhere around there. And then when she was questioned by the IRS, she suddenly started declaring she was only worth like 19 grand or something really ridiculous. Ha! Interessante. Funny that.
And it's just, you're always going to have crooks, and you got to hold them off. You got to hold them off as much as possible. When you recognize they're in, you got to do a cleaning. You got to clean house. You got to clean house and get rid of them. If you don't, you're just going to have the problem's just going to get worse, because they're going to figure out, okay, it's just like antibiotics. When you don't take the full round and the stuff doesn't really go down your system, no, now you got medication-resistant bacteria. Congratulations. Your medication has made the bacteria worse.
Yeah.
So if you fight off the corruption a little bit and then you stop, they go, oh, well, we were close. We almost figured it all out and got it all rigged. But now we got to make sure that we lock people down and have even more laws and even more restrictions. And
well, you've summed up what we need to do in the UK very well. I mean, we are, I think, in the hands of organised crime. I think a lot of the institutions that we had previously have become rotten.
I think it's the right way to recognize it too.
It is. It's in the and to your point, we do need to now punish people who've let us down.
Yeah, it's crime. It really is crime, and to just pretend because it's been going on for so long and that it's business as usual that it's not a crime. Like, no, it's crime. It's crime. It's just somehow or another crime that's tolerated.
Because those that are peripheral to the crime are in charge of the justice system that is in charge of prosecuting the crime. That's why. So, it's just, the thing is, though, is that there's a lot of resentment building up very fast because, we were promised a right-wing dictator. Instead, we got a soft-core Democrat from the 90s. However, right, even though the slow roll is, as close to for sure as it can be at the moment, it's really pushing it because people are fairly close to snapping. The lack of immediate action and immediate solutions to problems being implemented, making all the things better, is really driving people crazy. So, I mean, that ticking time bomb's still right there. It's just people are doing other stuff at the moment instead of attending to that. I mean, tomorrow, for all we know, we could wake up tomorrow and there's freaking a full-on firefight going on all over your local city in just every direction all at once. I'm just saying, these are all real possible things that could occur. I hope you're ready.
Well, letting down people who've elected you and given their trust to you is a massive crime. It's
not just letting down, betraying them.
I mean, we have the same as you, but to a lesser extent, because you've obviously got far more wealth than us. But you see these officials who end up becoming rich, and you wonder how they do it.
Yeah.
And they're on salaries, and they're taxed heavily, and yet they always seem to flourish. They never seem to be short of money. So I look at our judiciary, which is again now a quango. The judges are no longer appointed by Parliament. They're appointed by this woke quango. And I had an issue in Parliament. I challenged Parliament because, to the point where I've been saying we need to return power to Parliament, they have this body called the ICGS, Independent Complaint and Grievance Scheme. And in Parliament we have this system called parliamentary privilege. So I can speak on the floor of the House and I can't be sued for libel. You can say whatever you want. That's the essence of free speech in the chamber of the Commons. Now this body has actually been expressly taken outside Parliament. And the case I had against them was they tried to say I caught them doing something I thought was wrong and I wanted to take them to court. They said, you can't take us to court because we're parliamentary privileged, even though it's not the chamber, it's not an MP speaking, it's got no MPs on this committee, it doesn't report to a parliamentary committee, and yet the judge found they had parliamentary privilege, didn't address the questions. So this is how the elected assembly has been undermined. And this is what we have to return power to the elected representatives of the people.
There's also another thing that Britain has done recently that's very disturbing, which is eliminate jury trials for a lot of
They're trying to do that.
Yeah.
They're trying to do that.
So it's not established yet?
They haven't yet done it because there are still a few decent Labour MPs who fought against it.
Oh, good.
But
crazy.
again, I think that's all a manifestation of organised crime. Because if you control the judges,
right. Of course,
and you can force more and more people through a judge system rather than a jury system. And so for libel trials, I fought a libel trial when I was in football against the Times, which is Rupert Murdoch's paper. And I think I had my phones hacked, and I fought a libel trial against them.
So the newspaper hacked your phone?
When I was in football, they were hacking my phone every day.
Wow. How were they doing it?
Listening in through my voicemails.
How'd they do it?
And then they can blag a number from the voicemail and start listening. So if you called me and left a message, they could blag your number off my phone. And they thought this was okay. These were national newspapers. And again,
How did they get into your voicemail?
Well, because in the old days, if people had a code to encrypt their phone and they didn't do it properly. So we had 0000.
Oh, no.
If you didn't change that, they got into your phone, right? So they got into my phone. They got into lots of people's phones.
Wow.
Because you never know quite how they did it. But so if you'd left me a message, they could blag your number.
Right.
And then they'd start listening to your phone and everything else. Now, I think, that was in this case, Murdoch. But Murdoch, I think, has done a lot for the right-wing cause. I don't always agree with everything, and I certainly didn't agree with him hacking phones. But this all goes to the point of the establishment becoming corrupted. And from corruption, I think, again, you end up with oppression. And we need to sort that out.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping if I put myself up and the people agree, they will change things. And I think they are in a febrile mood. So I'm hoping that they will take the opportunity and give us the power to do it.
I'm glad you brought that part up because we're not really aware in America of what the general mood of the country is, like where people are leaning in what direction as far as England goes. What is it like? Is a large percentage of the population fed up? I mean, what's going on over there?
Well, I think to your point, you've got this body of people who are profiting on the back of these concepts which you and I would agree are completely flawed. So they're obviously in control at the moment. But then you've got the body of people, this increasingly small percentage of what I call the private sector, which now accounts for a smaller and smaller proportion of GDP. So your percentage of GDP accounted for by the state is much, much smaller than ours. So directly and indirectly, I would estimate that the share of government now in our economy is over 50% if you take the effect of these quangos and everything else. Here, you're much smaller than that. Now, that's come, pre-Blair, Thatcher, we were in a very, very good economic state, and the state accounted for, what it was, 33%, something like that. It's now up to nearly 50% and rising. And this is what the Fabians want. They want a dependency culture.
Right.
A sort of centrally planned USSR style dishing out of taxpayer funds. So they
all for power and control, which is the ultimate goal of leftism. And never, ever, ever let them say to you anything else. Period. Because they'd be lying.
Diminish the private sector, which they're taxing into oblivion, which has meant that a lot of our most able people have left the country. So we've lost, a lot of our rainmakers have gone. So a lot of our best people went to, obviously, Italy, to Dubai, to Abu Dhabi, all over the world. Some of them would have come here. So the best brains have gone. And I think the non-DOMs have gone, which again I think is a huge error because they've now been taxed rather than being encouraged to spend their time in the UK. So we're being hollowed out by this socialist philosophy, which is creating damage to the private sector and in empowering the public sector.
Is there a large percentage of young people that are aware of this?
Oh, the young people have. I've been incredibly impressed, and a lot of them support us. So they can see that we're trying, I think, to at least rebalance this. And until we get this right, it's going to be very difficult to sort their situation out. Now, there's no overnight fix these days, and I don't know. I don't think any of us know quite what effect AI is going to have on the employment market, on opportunities for young people.
Well, the answer is pretty simple. It's just like the answer with the women and stuff, you know? And it goes something like this. If someone would prefer a tool over you, that means you've lost to a tool. People can still make art. People can still make movies. Hell, someone did recently. Someone can still make content. I'm doing it right now. This is me. Joe Rogan's still doing it. Nobody's replaced him yet. People can still make video games. People can still learn to code. People can still program and script. Okay? However, the truth of the matter is that quite often, if someone's going to prefer a tool to yourself, right, as in they want the tool over you, well then, it seems that quite often you might just suck. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, I know it probably won't be a 100% thing, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a giant share thing.
I mean, in many ways, if they've got a very good brain, they've got a huge opportunity to do very well and enrich themselves. But increasingly, it's fewer and fewer people. It's not like the Industrial Revolution where the majority of people had an increasing standard of living. It's going to be very interesting to see how we all cope with this incredibly fast-moving revolution, which is what it is, which is arguably going to create some incredibly rich people, and those people who haven't got the brain power will end up struggling. So it's hard to see how that's going to end. But that doesn't mean to say we want a state central planning everything. We know historically that doesn't work. And from that comes a sort of shutdown of thought and debate and free speech and all the things that you and I love. I mean, that to me, that's a country I want to live in. I don't want to live in a centrally planned mess. So we're in very uncertain times, but I'm optimistic that if you release the innate ability of people in Britain, in particular in this case, I think we can turn it round still. Can't guarantee it, but I'm pretty sure we can still turn it round. But it's got to happen now. If it doesn't happen now, it would have gone too far.
Well, I certainly hope you can, because for America, when we see what's happening, particularly with the social media posts and the arrests, it's so disturbing for us. And then, of course, with the rape gang inquiry report was impossible to believe. It's impossible. So, we hope you guys turn it around. And when is your election?
The thing is that for those of us who have been overseas, none of this is a surprise. None. The scale, maybe a little bit, but we witnessed this kind of shit happening in their own countries. So for them to be doing it in a host nation, right? I mean, that they're not from, it's zero surprise to us. None whatsoever.
We don't know, Joe. We've got this character, Andy Burnham, who Keir Starmer has stepped down, as you probably know.
Yeah.
And Andy Burnham, I call him the Ghostbuster. He is just a more user-friendly version of Keir Starmer. He's been the mayor of Manchester. He stood in a by-election recently where he was elected. And he's apparently going to be anointed as Prime Minister by the 20th of July. So this is a guy who, up until recently, wasn't even an elected politician. He's been a politician in the past. He's been in the cabinet.
Keir Starmer can just step down and put another guy in his place, and that guy takes over?
That's what's happening.
That sounds crazy.
I know.
What
I
a
know.
stupid way to run things.
It's bonkers. But so the answer to your question is,
so what has
it
to
could
happen?
run till 29.
29.
That's the backstop date. He could, and everybody says he might, have a snap election. I think that's highly unlikely. Labour have got the biggest post-war majority.
Why would he have a snap election?
He's got 3 years left with a huge majority. So why would he take a risk? In Manchester, he was Manchester mayor. He's actually in the report, in the rape gang report. He's mentioned in the rape gang report for not doing enough in Manchester, which is a centre of rape gangs. So he's involved in that. He's he's mentioned in our report. It's in there. So look, I think, in answer to your question, when's the election going to be? Some people would say he's going to have an election soon. I don't agree with that. I think he'd be mad, because I still think the public will judge Labour harshly, because the economy is not going well. People aren't feeling richer, they're feeling poorer. Their businesses are struggling. Their taxes have gone up. Our taxes are at post-war highs now.
Obviously, things are not bad enough because the purge isn't happening right now. It's not even a joke. Obviously, things are not that bad because everybody isn't out there just screwing everything up. Obviously, things are okay, so we're not at that point yet. Otherwise, we would definitely be seeing like some kind of stuff like right outside your window.
So, and the waste is just off the scale. So when I'm in the Public Accounts Committee, which I sit in, again, it's all on. You can watch it on. People watch it on screens. It's the Public Accounts Committee is the most powerful committee in Parliament, and we question these civil servants to try and hold them to account for the taxpayer. The waste is just off the scale. So you've got a wasteful, inefficient state, which is then taxing the private sector into oblivion, the increasingly small private sector. And that's not a recipe that's going to encourage risk-taking, investment. It's not going to, they're taxing family farms, they're taxing family businesses for the first time. They're basically breaking the backbone of Britain to the Fabian point. They are enacting this Fabian agenda, which is designed to create a society that's reliant on the state. And I don't want that.
Nobody should want that. Well, listen, man, thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you taking the time. I know it was difficult to get here for this day, and this is
But legends.
the only day we had open. So
No, it's very kind of you to have me on, Joe. And I
My
know
pleasure.
it's some big celebrations tomorrow. So
good luck to you.
yeah, we're going to win. I'm amazed at the support we've got, and I'm amazed at the number of people who, even on the plane, come up to me and thank me for what I'm doing and say they're going to vote for us. I think Britain's on the turn, and hopefully, if we put up shop, tell them what we're going to do, give them a chance to vote for us. If they vote for us, I shall do my best to change things. If they don't vote for me, well, that's their prerogative. That's democracy.
That's democracy. Good luck, sir. And thank you very much.
Pleasure.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Frickin' salute, gentlemen. Put a salute in the chat, okay? Or in the comment section. Doesn't really matter which one, but salute, gentlemen. Let's see if things work out from here. That being said, all right, well, that was Joe Rogan Experience 2524 with Rupert Lowe. And hopefully things work out. Because if not, well, it's the end of the world then. And just do your best to either be a warlord or be the favorite gun of the warlord or something like that. I don't know. You, you let me know in the comments down below. All right, you know what time it is. Be good, be safe, make it live for yourselves. I'll see you in the next one. I'm Badger 7 Actual, the formerly almost veteran Blast Cat Badger. Buenos no cheese, everybody. Auf Wiedersehen. Adieu. Adieu. Va con Dios. Buenos no cheese.